Hey everybody, you are tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Woo! Congratulations. And congratulations to Annette, R63 over in Twitch for first comment of the day. And first comment of the day on first episode of the year. Holy smokes, we did it. We made it. I'm back. We're back on track, baby. Thanks for holding tight, everybody, and a happy new year to you. Your first reminder of the year, remember, CanaryCry.Party. CanaryCry.Party. It's a real URL. You can use it. Go there. And you can join the mailing list, get our sources directly in your inbox every single week. You can follow us on all our social medias. You can become a producer of the show. And, of course, you can find all of the locations that we are streaming 3 times a week. All right, folks, make sure to stay hydrated, buckle your seatbelts so you know the drill. Let's go!
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy. You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is January 5th, 2021. This is episode 429, and we are live to tape, baby. And but pay attention, because today it's BEOMNI FLURONA. And razzle dazzle, I'm your best buddy Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. Mm-hmm. It is a new year. It's 2022. It's our first episode of 2022. We had a bit of a break. Are you all refreshed and ready to go for the new year?
I'm back. I'm ready. I have been... spacewalk certified. I got my spacewalk certification over the Christmas break there. I've also gotten my second tier 2 portal license. So nice. It makes the intergalactic travel a little bit easier, a little bit faster. You get free meals on the tier 2 portal travel license. So yeah, things are looking up around here, Gonz. You still sound a little stuffy. What's going on?
Yeah, my break was not refreshing. In fact, I'm still in a haze from losing sleep. When the 1-year-old starts regurgitating dinner on a nightly basis for about 2 or 3 nights in a row.
Is that a normal thing, or is that a bad thing?
That's a bad thing. Babies should not be regurgitating their dinners at night.
Okay.
Especially on multiple nights in a row. So everything's fine. He's not sick or anything. But yeah, just stuffy noses or runny noses from the kids, and they're just all in my face for a while. So it just doesn't go away. I'm sure people with children understand the constant thing, but of course now my brain is all messed up from the scamdemic. I'm like, oh my gosh, do I have the flurona? Do I have the Omicron? Do I have the Delta? But then I'm like, I don't think I have any of it.
If you do, it's not too bad. Have you been taking your supplements? You've been skipping out on your vitamin D, haven't you?
Yeah. I've been the sunlight has not been really part of my diet recently. So
yeah, you got to remember to eat enough sunlight.
Yes, hard to do when it's raining. All you get is that geoengineering rain drops.
It's for your own good, Gonz. Don't question the lizard people.
So my voice is a little. It's got that little itchy thing. It makes for some reason, it makes it very low. Like it just rings lower.
Yeah.
So sorry about that, but there you go.
Okay, no worries. I see you have some intro notes here that I don't know what they mean, so I want you to illuminate me.
Sure. So last couple episodes, I ran it solo. For the last episode of 2021.
By the way, real quick, let me just make a comment.
Okay.
We were not planning on doing those episodes at all. This was
in my mind. I was kind of like, okay, yeah.
Okay, so Gonz had a secret plan.
No, it was not a secret plan.
Solo episodes. Gonz, just let me compliment you, okay? You don't need to fight back on this. We had we had said on the show, we had stated to the public, we were planning on taking the last week of the year off, and that just didn't happen. Gonz, you showed up. You showed up unexpectedly, and you did a good job, I hear.
Oh, thanks. Well, yes, holding down the fort,
when
but
when I get alerts on my phone that people are commenting that they love the solo shows more than when I'm here, that's when I know you did a good job.
Oh, those are wars and rumors of wars. Those are true facts.
They're old school Facelikethesun veterans. Is what it is.
Yeah. The hive mind that I created with the YouTubes that they eliminated from me. Yeah. So basically, I threw out a quasi prediction. So basically what I thought was, to be more specific, because last year we tried to do predictions and it was not good. We were like, more progress on transhumanism. It's like, duh, of course.
Sure.
But this time I tried to come up with a very specific narrative about how they're going to have 3D printers. They're going to start having conversations about 3D printing homes to solve homelessness. And on top of it, they're going to create a DAO around this. So there's going to be some kind of homeless DAO thing that wants to 3D print homes and
blockchain 3D printing homes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's specific enough.
It's
I was going to say
specific.
3D printing homes is not new. We've been talking about that for a while. But
yeah.
Okay, so you had a prediction about 3D printing homes mixed with some blockchain decentralized autonomous organizations.
But specifically concerning printing homes to solve homelessness as becoming a kind of a political issue, political / technocratic issue, I guess. These technologies.
Can't the homeless just live in the metaverse? Wouldn't that be the best solution?
They need corridors in the Metaverse to access the metaverse. So if you have government subsidized homeless shelters, metaverse pods, then they can live, a very minimal physical lifestyle, but they can spend all their time in the metaverse earning money.
Okay, I'm seeing
See what I'm saying? I think there's going to be some kind of movement towards that. How we saw Constitution DAO. These people came together. They're like, hey, let's bid on the Constitution. One of the 13 copies of the Constitution. They didn't win. They got outbid by a billionaire. But that kind of thing where it's a semi-anonymous community of people coming together and saying, hey, forget the government. They weren't able to pull this off, so we're going to do it. We're going to come up with this thing that we 3D print. But then it's going to come into contact with government, and we're going to have issues with the whole conversation. Anyway, I ran through the whole topic, narrative, possibility, and then today, I think today or yesterday, a headline from NBC News, a concrete house printed. Is this the answer to America's housing crisis? So it's like, okay, for like 2 days into the new year, 2 or 3 days, and they're already talking about 3D printing and housing being some kind of solution to some problems.
Sure.
And specifically in the article, I'm not going to read the whole thing. There's this talks about Habitat for Humanity and how they selected this teenage son. Okay. It talks about this person who selected a teenage son to move into their new 1,200 square foot home, which was constructed with the help of a 3D printer. And then specifically, they talk about how this could solve homelessness in this article. I think I had it highlighted here. Let's see. Yeah, racial equality. According to him, Jeff Olivet, co-founder of Racial Equality Partners, homelessness increased during the past few years. and because of the pandemic and everything else, and of course discrimination and racism. He said home ownership is a protective factor against homelessness, while home ownership programs like Habitat for Humanity are actively working to solve the affordable housing crisis. He believes that it's only part of the solution. Providing more affordable housing is a national collective effort that also involves fixing housing policies and expanding services. So again, 3D printing homes, bringing up the conversation in direct relationship with solving homelessness. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like a home run, but
no Dow yet.
I would say
mention
it's
of the Dow yet.
No mention of the Dow yet.
Okay.
So it's I would say it's like, maybe a single. Well, got a man on base.
Okay. Yeah, I think the timing is interesting at the beginning of the year here.
Right.
I'll definitely give it to you when we have, blockchain involved. The whole sales pitch for 3D printing homes has been revolving around homelessness pretty much since the beginning. But yeah, it's a good start. It's a good start. We got to get somebody out there to, you know what? Maybe with your prediction, why don't you just start a homeless 3D printing VR pod DAO, and then you can, have your own little self-fulfilling prophecy.
I'll have the government knocking on my door, begging to hand over.
Providing jobs, Gonz. You'll provide jobs.
Oh no!
Get some homeless people. You give them some free VR pods. They can hang out in the metaverse, but they can also, I don't know, work somehow. Maybe they could do that's administrative work.
No, that's the point. They're going to be working in the metaverse. They're going to be playing. They're going to be doing play to earn games and
I know
whatever.
It's the point. That's why I'm saying just do it. Make your prediction come true.
No, I'm not saying it's necessarily a good thing. It's just a
I'm
thing
not
that's
either.
gonna happen.
I'm saying
I don't want to
it's a
participate.
Master plan to get some cheap labor to run a podcast, Gonz.
Oh, you want? Oh, okay. So we're going to employ the homeless. We are the homeless solution. We're going to have them run our back room.
They could run the back room. They can run the admin.
Okay. All right.
We'll give them nice cozy pods.
I like the idea. Sure.
It's something.
Yeah.
All right. What else
so the point was, what is your 2022 narrative prediction? And I hate to throw this on you.
Spring it on me like this.
Yeah. Without any
why
prep.
don't you do a couple more of your intro things? Let me think about it.
Okay. So I'm sorry, BlackBerry users. They have ended their service.
Oh, that was going to be my prediction.
BlackBerry's
going to predict that BlackBerry finally ends their dying service.
I'm really curious what CEO or probably not a CTO, but like some business entrepreneur guy who's like, oh man, I got to go to the smartphone. I really liked my BlackBerry. There are some executives that were still using Blackberries.
Oh, they had a very enthusiastic core sort of cult, BlackBerry cult, because they loved the physical keyboard.
Yes, and this begs the question: when are we going to hear about the end of the iPhone? Do you think it's going to happen in the next? This is different because this is BlackBerry ending support, right? So it's like no Blackberries will work anymore. Whereas
they haven't made phones in a long time.
Right.
Yeah, no, I don't think we will hear that. Because the difference is BlackBerry refused to move to the touchscreen model for phones. Partially because, technically, I mean, it's an ongoing litigation. The first other company that did it was Samsung, and they've been in constant litigation with iPhone, claiming that Samsung stole the touchscreen technology from Apple. But that's the thing about Apple: constant innovation. Mm-hmm. They create things and push on the public that the public don't even want. I mean, that was Jobs' whole philosophy was, I will tell you what you want. You might not even know you want this, but I'm going to make it and you're going to like it.
Well,
and so that's more of a driving factor, where BlackBerry was like, no, we love our physical keyboards. We're never going to change.
Our little scrolly balls. We love our scrolly ball.
5 years later.
I like the scrolly ball, by the way. I did I remember using that. I think Apple specifically will be a little bit better at transitioning from iPhones to the mixed reality
implants.
Well, eventually,
Brain
yes.
implants,
But the bridge to the implant will be the Apple glasses.
Totally.
You know, I think they're planning on a release. We'll hear more about it in the next few years. I think leading up to 2025.
It'll be Siri glasses. Did you see? I'm sure you didn't, but just for the sake of entertainment, did you see Spider-Man?
I did not.
Homecoming?
No.
Okay, this is not the newest one, but the one before that.
Oh, is that the one where he's on the obelisk there and he's jumping around? No. Okay.
That was the one before that.
Okay.
One after that. The main storyline kind of revolved around a pair of smart glasses that Tony Stark had gifted to him posthumously. Oh. And they're basically, the Tony Stark glasses, and he puts them on, and you can control, he was given control of like the Stark multi-trillion-dollar defense network, satellites, drones, all controlled from this pair of smart glasses. And that is not too far off. You could easily see some very fashionable glasses, sunglasses or whatever, coming out by Apple, and they're Siri glasses. You talk to Siri and do the thing, the AR. Mm-hmm. I'm sure they're of course obviously working on it.
No, they are. There have been rumors, especially more recently, that 2025 is the big target when they want to really mainstream this stuff. So there could be a point this decade, in the next 3, 4, 5 years, where they're like, okay, we're laying off the iPhone, we're moving over to this mixed reality AR.
Oh, you think
VR
it'll be
thing.
A replacement thing?
I think they're going to move in that direction. Yeah, because support for the iPhone may not truly end until the end of the decade, or maybe even past that, maybe into the 2030s. They're like, all right, we're done, we're going to stop supporting iPhone 17 or whatever it is. But yeah, I think they're going to try to be more strategic in their transition, because I don't know, man. I feel like, and I've mentioned this before, we're kind of in this somewhat golden era of using the internet technology, and certainly things have locked down and gotten worse in the last few years, and clearly it has.
I think we're moving out of the golden era.
Yeah, we're moving out of it, but yeah.
I'm just going by the Aztec calendar, Gonz.
Yes, when they told us about the interweb and how it will change. But yeah, as we move out of it, it'll become more obvious. But I think there's a generation of us who are like, yeah, we're good with like me personally, I'm like, yeah, iPhone, I'm good with the iPhone. Like, I don't necessarily need it to go to the next level.
Yes, because you're turning into an old man.
Yeah, well,
that's the point.
That is the point. But am I a bad parent if I don't allow my child to?
Siri glasses are not for you.
Yeah,
they're for your 3-year-old.
Oh, great.
That's the core demographic.
I'm gonna put a lot of sharp objects around the house.
All right, so
sharp edges, so that they're less inclined to be in their VR world. Just be like, hey, look out, sharp edges.
Course, yeah. All right. Well, so yeah, to sum that up, BlackBerry ends its service. Great.
All right, quick birthday note here. Couple days old, but Bitcoin had its 13th birthday. Oh, it's Osiris' birthday. It's a teenager now officially, and the most influential person to ring in the birthday, Melania Trump. You didn't expect that one, did you?
No.
Melania Trump said, "It is widely reported that Bitcoin's market cap exceeds USD 1 trillion." Well, it did. It doesn't anymore. Today marks the 13th anniversary of the Bitcoin Genesis block. Happy anniversary. Hashtag Satoshi Nakamoto. Hashtag Melania NFT. And she has a screenshot here of the first block, the Genesis block.
So Melania is a big crypto head now. She's a big. There's another name that is not family friendly. Satoshi friend.
Yes. Yeah. Which is interesting because her husband is anti-Bitcoin. He's come out again recently and said, "Hey, I'm about the U.S. dollar. All this other stuff is fake, and You know, so
wow,
it's an interesting
trouble
dinner.
in paradise.
Trouble in paradise. I wonder what those conversations are like. You know,
that's a true sign of the modern age. Married couples, they need to be on the same page when it comes to crypto, or else it just causes trouble.
this is not.
And Melania and Donald need to maybe have some family crypto counseling or something.
Well, you know who truly benefits is Baron Trump, because he'll have the gold and the dollars and the Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, we can all agree that Baron Trump will certainly benefit in many ways from his parents' involvement in the world.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's very interesting. This is related to her.
Her own NFT.
Did you cover
project.
it while we were gone?
No,
isn't she doing a charitable
Yes.
NFT
Actually,
platform?
We
It's a
might
whole
have
platform.
Yeah, no, I think we might have done it when you were around too. Like this was before you left.
Okay.
Yeah. I think she does have her own benefit, thing with NFTs and stuff. So, which is, I think that's just going to become normal in the next few years.
Oh yeah, no, it's a streamlined sort of mainstream funding structure now, especially for charities, because they have a little bit more leeway to play around with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well,
and you got all these rich crypto kids.
Yeah.
You need to avoid crypto taxes.
Yeah. Well, we are a news show, so we'll talk about the news here.
Believe it or not.
But to ring in 2022 here.
Speaking of the beast system. What now? You kept this one, did you?
What do you mean kept it?
I had put this one in the Xnay bin, but okay, we're here.
I didn't see it Xnayed.
Okay.
Okay.
All
well,
right.
okay. All right. This is the Telegraph. Maori newsreader becomes first. Maori.
Come on, keep in mind. I don't know what your plan is for this story. I'm a little worried. Plan. Keep in mind that the Maori people are a very proud ethnic group with very rich traditions in the topic
arts
that you are about to talk about. I am a little afraid you may offend some of our Maori listeners.
You're always afraid I'm going to offend people.
Maori newsreader. I never got kicked off of Twitter, Gonz. So there.
Okay. Maori newsreader becomes first person with chin tattoo to anchor news program. Mm-hmm. Orini Kaipara said she had broken through a glass ceiling. Mm-hmm. So there you go. I mean, there's not much to it. I'm just reporting that. Okay. Face tattoos are not really in I guess culturally, sure, but in terms of like being on TV, we're breaking the mold here.
Yes. Well, I'm assuming that this is a TV station in New Zealand or. Yeah. A New Zealand reporter. Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes sense. New Zealand is very progressive in their social justice-ness, and the Maori people have a rich history of facial tattoos. And so putting a facial tattoo reporter on the air is a wonderful way to signal to the ethnic minority that they are a part of the cool kid club.
They're heard. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So,
and that's the beast system to you.
Well, I mean, it is breaking the mold. It is breaking the mold of what things are acceptable in the eyes of the public. Mm-hmm. And as the ink starts to trickle to the forehead, I'm just paying attention to it.
Oh, okay. I see where the potential mark of the beast tattoos moving further north.
Yes,
is your point.
You have to also understand that I grew up in a household where any mention or sight of a tattoo, yakuza. Okay, so to me, this is just gang warfare, just becoming mainstreamed.
Oh my gosh, what an intolerant. It's okay, Gonz. You're from your what is your background, your experience growing up. We just need to reprogram you to be more tolerant of face tattoos.
All right.
Okay. Fun. Well, there you go. Congratulations, Maoris over there in New Zealand. You got a tattoo on the air.
Well, talk about ratings catcher for at least a little bit, you know?
Sure.
Get people to tune in to the chin tattoo lady.
Mm-hmm. Very popular. Well, maybe not popular, but very, I forget what it is. I saw a short documentary on Maori tattooing and just how important it is to their culture and what it means and stuff. I've forgotten all the details. Excuse me, Maoris, but I do remember the feeling that it left me with, which was, wow, these tattoos are very important to these people.
Well, I think the bigger takeaway is, Basil, if the show starts to decline, what we need is a chin tattoo. Some face
tattoos.
We need Basil. Well, we've talked about this
in the
before.
Metaverse. I can get some skins.
Oh, true. You're right. We can really explore the
possibilities.
Skin ink. Yeah.
Push the limits. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that being said, I don't have a prediction for 2022. If I'm just gonna have to do one right off the top of my head, I forget our predictions for 2021.
They weren't good.
Do you have them in front of you?
No, but they weren't good.
Well, I was gonna say I think the first commercially available, home humanoid robot would become available in 2022, but I'm now thinking that's exactly what I said for 2021.
Yeah, and then I'm pretty sure I saw an article headline recently. I didn't include it in any of the news talks, but as I was going through all the headlines and articles, there was one that says why in-home robots are still a distant future. So
nuts.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have a prediction by the end of the show.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. It's time for the Flippy update.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
That's right. It's time for the Flippy update. And if you're new to the show, let me tell you, Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world. Now there's nothing we can do about it. Today, we have this Flippy update coming from designboom.com, and the headline is CES 2022 Human-like BEOMNI 1.0 robot is here to assist from medicine to space. And for those who are watching, this is the creepiest robot I've ever seen. And I do not mean creepy in the traditional sense where, maybe it looks too much like the Terminator or looks dangerous or something or is wearing black eyeliner. No. This is a creepy robot because it is so sleek, so many curved edges and long arms and very slender. It's like a Slender Man robot. And it's got lights all over it. It looks like the robot, like a bad robot in a bad sci-fi movie, where there's just like
Who.
Yeah, there's like lights all over it for seemingly no reason, just for aesthetic purposes. It's got antennas for ears, which, look, I get it when it's in a comic book, but there's no practical reason to put antennas on the ears of a robot. It's got light up eyebrows, light up eyes. And not only that, it's got like a light up halo around its head, a little halo arc thing. And on top of that, it's got a light up third eye, third and fourth eye. It's got like a bindi eyeball in between the eyebrows. And then further up on the forehead, there's another big light up eyeball thing. So a lot of energy went into making this thing look the way that it does, and I do not approve of it as the world's foremost robot critic, which is now part of my brand. I do not approve of the aesthetic choices.
The helmet or face, I guess, if you're just listening, reminds me of Ultraman.
Ultraman.
Yeah. Ultraman.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah.
You don't know about
I'm actually I'm there are particles of a memory starting to form in the back of my mind.
There's a very
Ultraman.
Very famous Japanese action
school
hero, old school,
guy,
yeah.
right?
Yes, very old school.
Okay.
And yeah, the Halo thing, but also on the chest of this robot is a circle, kind of like a Tony Stark thing in the middle.
Iron Man, the arc reactor type looking thing.
Right. And on the sides of it, I think they were trying to make it look kind of like a chest, but it looks like a circle with two horns.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they're trying to do a smile, but it does come off as horns on a head, or the little circle has two long flailing arms.
I was going to say, it reminds me of the kind of logo or the design, I guess, with all the ancient astronaut theorists people, they were talking about Nibiru, Planet X, and some of the descriptions of Planet X were, a planet with not like a full ring, but kind of like a comet thing around it, and that's similar to the shape of the little piece here on the chest. But anyway,
so you get it. It's a little much. They really laid it on thick with the aesthetics of this thing. Yeah. Well, let's see what they have to say. BEOMNI, which, let's just say bad timing for the name, putting Omni in there.
I know, but also trying to be omnipresent. Is that what they're trying to do here?
Oh, yeah. Could be that too. Okay. BEOMNI 1.0 is an artificial intelligence-enabled robot that, much unlike Cybermen from Doctor Who, assists humans with a wide-ranging general array of functions, from medical services to manufacturing tasks and working agriculture to eventually space construction. Unveiled at CES 2022, it is said to be the world's first fully functional general-purpose robotic system. Impressive. Built by the US-based firm Beyond Imagination, the BEOMNI 1.0 robot resembles a human with a form depicting a head, shoulders, waist, arms, and hands with opposable thumbs. The humanoid can lift up to 15.88 kilograms of weight per arm, like gym-worked muscles, as well as perform finesse, delicate tasks like pinching salt when cooking. 4 wheels at its base carts the nimble bot around, even through sand, mud, and snow. The robot aims to, this section, the subheading is called A Robot for Remote Working. Dun, dun, dun. So keep in mind, you're going to get to live in your little metaverse pod and control this robot, perhaps. The robot aims to better enable remote working in the digital world, as initially it can be human piloted from afar through tasks like manufacturing, agriculture, and medical services with artificial intelligence. Though BEOMNI 1.0 aims to better assist humans by learning to be fully autonomous. Oh, it's going to learn to be fully autonomous, meaning more functions can be completed at once. And we got a whole bunch of pictures here. Wow, apparently BEOMNI has been on one of those, what is it?
Weightless.
The weightless flights, the anti-gravity flights.
Yeah, that guy, I feel like, you're doxing yourself there. Maybe that guy is you.
Oh, yeah. Why did they put me in this? No, that guy doesn't have any facial hair. He's like a baby. Little baby. Come on, grow a beard, man. Anywho, there you go. That's the end of the article. But BEOMNI here, a lot of big claims. It may not seem much different from a lot of these humanoid robots, but, to be able to switch from human piloted to fully autonomous learning, from being able to switch tasks from manufacturing to cooking to whatever, medical assistance. Those are pretty big claims for these types of robots. And I'm still striked by the aesthetic choices. Usually we're reporting on robots that, they've spent $1 billion trying to make it look like a real human. And, we've been shocked in the past at how poorly they've accomplished this and how well they've accomplished this, depending on the robot we're talking about. But in this case, they just made 0 attempts. They're like, nope, it's a robot. In fact, we're going to put a bunch of useless stuff on it to make sure people know it's a robot. And we are not trying to convince anyone otherwise. when you talk about the relationship between man and bot, as we like to explore, because of course, inevitably, they will become normal parts of our lives. They're really, I will say, they are pioneering the attempt to, distinguish man from bot in pretty much every possible way they can think of, versus the trends that we've seen, trying to make bots more and more and more like humans, thinking that will make our relationship better. In this case, they're just like, nope, this is the bottiest bot you've ever botted, and you won't forget it. We won't let you forget it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you covered everything there. I'm just looking at some other stuff here from the CES 2022, and I found this little video of an army of arms. Not even an army. What is it? How many is this?
A farm, an arm
band.
farm.
It's a band of arms. Oh no, it's a drum set. Okay, hold on. Let me reset. It is a drum set.
Your brain is taking a second to really understand what you are.
Yes.
Okay.
The Doosan. It's a drum kit, but instead of regular stands for the cymbals, there's like robot arms that are moving the cymbals. Have you seen this before?
I'm looking at it now.
The cymbals are spinning and moving, and
looks like a pain in the butt to me. Sure is entertaining though. Yes. Oh, the man is playing the drums, and where the cymbals would usually stay in one place for him to play, these ones are dancing around, moving around, generally inconveniencing the drum player here. But it is entertaining to watch.
It is part of the choreography. The future of, I could see this kind of thing being more normalized in the
entertainment aspect.
The entertainment, you had in the 80s, you had the drum cage, the Tommy Lee,
yes, the rotating,
the rotating drum cage in the arenas. But in the future, it'll be robot arms holding cymbals.
Yeah, I don't even think this will be that far into the future.
Well, clearly, it's happening now. Check
Clearly.
it out.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's already happening.
There you go. That's the Flippy update for the day. Don't worry. You will see these robots coming. You will not be surprised when your barista at Starbucks, unbeknownst to you, turns out to be a robot.
Well, if it's this Omni character, then you wouldn't be too surprised.
That's what I'm saying. This robot lights it up like the 4th of July, man.
It lights up every room they walk into. Literally. All right. You ready for some COVID?
Ready.
It's Corona time. COVID-19. 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 Yes. COVID-19. COVID-19. Coronavirus! Vaccine. Number one way.
You know what? We forgot to mention that we're starting the year off on a Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, everybody.
All right, we're going to start things off here with CNN. I thought this was a clip, but it's not, Basil. Sorry about that.
Oh.
It's CNN.com. What is Flurona? And how serious is it? Mighty Flurona. Israel's first known case of a person infected with COVID-19 and the flu has been detected. Let me read that again. Israel's first known case of a person infected with COVID-19 and the flu has been detected. The country's Ministry of Health confirmed to CNN on Tuesday, raising questions over how the two viruses might impact someone who contracts them at the same time.
This was so fun, especially because we're just all waiting with bated breath to see what the new, variant is going to be. And we read that article from, I believe it was one of the executives at Moderna, who was saying, I think he was specifically saying Delta and Omicron could have a baby to make a super mutant variant. But it looks like Omicron's been, kind of slipping out the back door on Delta and went and found the flu virus to make a baby with.
Yeah.
Trouble in paradise. That's the theme.
The patient, an unvaccinated pregnant woman in her 30s, was
so many comorbidities.
I know. Was discharged on Thursday, quote, in good general condition, Belinson Hospital in Petah Tikva said in a statement, quote, this is the first mother to be diagnosed with influenza and corona in Belinson. We treated her with a drug combination that targets both corona and flu. Arnon Wisnitzer, director of the Belinson Women's Department, said in the statement, quote, we are seeing more and more morbidity of influenza among the maternity population, along with cases of corona that mainly occur in women not vaccinated against corona and influenza. Well, Wisnitzer added, quote, this is definitely a challenging time that in addition to the corona diseases, we are increasingly dealing with flu. Yeah.
Sounds like a push for the flu vaccine.
I'm kind of feeling like they need to merge. To keep it going. Now we got the annual thing with the flu, and we need the scary aspect of COVID, and now you got the Flurona.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
Flurona is a term coined to describe the condition of being infected with COVID-19 and the flu simultaneously. Sounds like
who coined it?
I don't know. But it sounds like we came up with it.
Totally. Exactly. It sounds like something we would have made up randomly on a podcast we do. Maybe not this one, but a different one. It'd be this one. And this happened in Israel. I am having a hard time believing that Hebrew speaker coined a flurona, which would be an English, conjunction word, a conjunction of English words. I think that somebody in the media made this up. I don't think any doctor is calling it this.
I don't know.
Well, what does it say?
It says here, Nadav Davidovich, director of the School of Public Health at Ben Gurion University in Israel, told CNN on Tuesday that because, quote, there is now both very high influenza activity and very high COVID activity, there is the option that someone will be infected with both.
Quote, it's an option.
It's an option. Quote, I don't think this is going to be a common situation, but that's something to consider, added Davidovich.
My body, my choice.
Who's a member of the Israeli National Advisory Committee on COVID-19. Lockdowns and mask wearing helped limit the spread of influenza earlier on in the pandemic, but as society opens up, cases are expected to rise. Quote, it's interesting that after you have a year with a very, very low or not at all influenza activity, the next year, because people were less exposed, it makes them more vulnerable, Davidovich said.
Sure.
He added that for those without underlying health conditions who have been vaccinated for both influenza and COVID-19, these viruses are unlikely to have a major effect on the individual.
There it is. Not only are you getting double vaxxed for COVID, adding a booster or two on that, especially in Israel, but now you got to they want to make sure you get your Flurona shot.
Yeah, I mean,
keep it coming. We're up to 5 shots a year over there in Israel, including the flu shot. So that's a pretty lucrative market for the vaccine makers.
Yeah, I had a little circle around. I'm sure they just want to connect. They got the COVID, now they got the flu. They're going to have, there's a whole plethora of things that they want to put under government health.
Options, baby. Options.
Yeah. You got plenty of options. How about the option not to participate? That is not an option.
No, that's not an option.
It goes into the threats for the high-risk groups, but we understand.
I think we got the fun part.
Yeah, the overburdened system. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. There you go. So, Flurona. Beware.
Flurona's coming for you, folks.
That had to have been... I can only picture diabolical people behind closed doors saying like, oh, what are we going to call the flu and the coronavirus?
You know what, Gonz? It's even worse. It's worse than diabolical lizard people in smoky back rooms trying to figure out how to profit. Even worse than that, this was a marketing person at a corporate news agency who made that up.
Yeah.
That's where the Flurona came from. They don't, the lizard people don't need to, they're not the most creative folk, the lizard people. They leave that up to the marketing people at the corporate.
The people they hire, the marketing people they hire.
Yeah. They have some millennial in there, some 29, maybe 30-year-old millennial who's worked their way up the ladder and finally making a living wage, who's totally bought into helping the lizard people. They don't even know it. They're just marketing geniuses.
Well, do the marketers have to bring it to the lizard people, like,
No.
all scared and worried? And like,
no,
hey,
that's what mid-level management's for.
Okay.
So
there's a buffer.
They don't interact with the peons.
Okay. Well,
all right. What's next?
Don't worry, Flurona, we're not worried about it too much yet. Just to mention, I know we dropped this article. I'm just going to mention it. Mm-hmm. Bloomberg reported the World Health Organization official downplays coronavirus variant found in France. So we do have another variant out there right now.
Yes.
It's not a concern, but I think I was trying to find.
They don't even have a Greek alphabet for it.
No,
I was seeing it as IHU variant.
Yes, it was nicknamed IHU. Yeah,
IHU is the name of the hospital that it was found in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not following protocol. They're like, no, you cannot. This does not qualify. We are on the Greek alphabet.
No, just to review, and because it's not scary, it's not bad enough.
Yeah.
The next bad one is going to be Sigma, and then it'll be Epsilon after that. But keep an eye out for the Sigma variant.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Moving on here. There's a clip of or an interview that Washington Post did with Kizzy. Remember Kizzy?
Yes.
This
is the doctor, the African-American woman who Kamala Harris was sort of championing, as the creator of the mRNA vaccine. Turns out she was sort of a junior member on the team, but still participated. And, just didn't quite work out as the sort of social justice icon as they were hoping. I
don't know. I think they can still. I think that she's
They're
very much going to be
They're
part
pushing
of it.
They're definitely pushing it. And she is right now embroiled in a very heated
legal case
lawsuit.
Yeah.
Yes, the lawsuit. And the problem is that Dr. Kizzmekia, S. Corbett here, is kind of on the wrong side of it. Because the patent issue is between the U.S. government and what is it, Moderna?
Moderna, yeah.
Moderna, right. So just for review, the U.S. government paid for the research to create the technology, gave the money to Moderna. Dr. Kizzmekia S. Corbett works at Moderna. And now, the U.S. claims that they want the patent because they paid for it. And they want to be able to control the supply. Moderna is fighting the U.S. government to keep the patent for the product that was paid for by, the American taxpayers. And Kizzmekia S. Corbett here is the social justice icon connected to the vaccine, but just happens to be that she works for Moderna, the evil big pharma corporation, taking taxpayer dollars and not giving anything back in return. That's the review, the long review. Sorry, that took longer than I expected.
Well, I think that some of the lawsuit was over, getting credit, right? Of
being the
credit,
inventor, being on the patent, but it's not just credit. You get money. You get
money. Yeah, that's part of it.
You get like $100,000 a year just for being on the patent.
Right.
So her being on the patent, and there's others too. It's not just her. They're set up for life, basically.
Yeah. So this is her with the Washington Post. She had a few things to say about a lot of what's going on with everything. Here's her talking about the Omicron variant.
I actually call it the oh my god variant rather than the Omicron variant.
I've seen you tweet that.
Yeah, just to make a little bit fun of it, even though it is not fun to be experiencing this at all. Variants are coming because we are allowing the virus to circulate around the globe continuously. And so as the virus circulates, the virus makes copies of itself, and it makes copies of itself that get better in whatever way is possible for the virus to come back around and do a little bit more harm. In the case of Omicron, obviously what you're seeing is perhaps a little bit better at being transmittable between human to human. Obviously, there is some evasion of pre-existing immunity, whether it be from prior infection or vaccine responses. And because of that, we're seeing record numbers of cases. And these cases are coming in both vaccinated and unvaccinated people. The interesting thing, though, and the most important part of it is that just like with many of the previous variants, that largely the vaccine is keeping people safe from severe illness. And as we are seeing people flooding the emergency rooms, being hospitalized, and unfortunately some ending up in the ICU, it is important to remember to be vaccinated, be vigilant with your booster doses as well, and to get your kids vaccinated, and to remain atop of the situation and try not to catch the virus as the hospitals are becoming a little bit overwhelmed.
So very much towing the line.
Yeah, as if she didn't have an explicit financial interest in telling people to take more vaccines. She's trying to be on the patent. Of course she has a financial interest in telling people to have more vaccines. Yeah. I thought the thing that really caught me was she was saying, that we are getting more variants because we are allowing the virus to spread across the globe, as if we have any control over it. I just think it's a very interesting mindset for, especially one of the participants in the invention of the mRNA, of the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, to have this mindset where as if we could even control it, because obviously we cannot. And the inference is, if everybody was vaccinated, then it wouldn't, be making variants, because that's what we've heard over and over. But of course, we know that, if you're vaccinated, you still catch it. And that gives the opportunity for the virus to mutate. So it's very interesting.
And also, there's something, I don't know if the angle was to be endearing or what, but to kind of make fun of the Omicron. I call it the Omicron.
Yeah, I was kind of, that seems like a cancelable offense.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about something it's a pandemic, if people are dying from this, shouldn't you not be joking about it? But okay.
Well, I think it is a very interesting tell to, exactly how she feels about it, which is, she has to toe the line. She wants people to take the vaccine because she's going to make a ton of money on it for the rest of her life. But everybody knows, I am a professional, and all the professionals know that Omicron is not a big deal. It's a very interesting line that she's walking.
And she also, this is again, a lot more towing the line of the mainstream narrative. This is her talking about the boosters, and after being asked if we're going to have continual boosters.
The fun part of this from a scientific point of view is that we're all learning in the moment. And when you do science for such a long time, it's very interesting to wake up to new data that kind of points you in different directions. And that's exactly how the policy goes as well. And so I say that to say that
she's been doing science for such a long time. How old is this woman?
35. I looked it up. Boom.
When you do science for such a long time like me, I graduated science school like 6 years ago.
I have my science paper. The paper that says I'm science.
That's incredible.
Well, once they're tearing down Fauci, they need another person to step in and be science. Maybe she's being groomed to be science.
I think that's actually very possible.
Here she is. She continues on talking about the booster here.
As well. And so I say that to say that time will tell whether or not we need additional booster doses, whether or not we're going to need to change the vaccine and to match any of the variants. But all of those studies are underway. Obviously, there's continuous monitoring of the vaccine responses, seeing how the immune responses wane over time, particularly now that I think it's about 20% of the adults that got 2 doses of the vaccine in the U.S. have now gotten their boosters. So we'll be following that situation very closely. Ideally, no. But the real way to really get that under control and to be able to say, maybe we won't need to get additional doses, is to keep the circulation of the virus down to a point where the immune responses match the amount of circulation. And so you have this, what is called herd immunity, and we're able to really control the virus in a way that we aren't seeing lots of people getting sick and lots of people going into the hospital.
Wait a second. Dr. Fauci, science itself told me herd immunity is not a thing.
Science is truth.
Wait a second. What's going on here, Gonz? Something just doesn't smell right.
Here's the other thing. It's subtle, but at the very end, she talks about some of the consequences of what happens, if you don't get the vaccine or whatever.
I'm seeing lots of people getting sick and lots of people going into the hospital.
We're not worried about people dying anymore. We're worried about people testing positive and maybe going to the hospital.
Right. It's all about the load on the hospital system.
Yeah. It's very strange. Psychologically, a year ago, it was all about being afraid to die. Yeah. And now it's all about being afraid of testing positive or
going to the hospital. And it's not about you dying. It's about you being such a burden on the hospital system.
How dare you get sick?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, really, though, that's really how it is. You've got all these vaccinated people getting sick and feeling just immense shame about it because they've been taught that not only if you catch the disease are you, does it signal that you're a Trump supporter, but also you become a burden on the hospital system.
Yeah, you're bad. You're bad for society.
Yeah, right. You're bringing down the rest of us by getting sick. And they've created this themselves. And those who did not create the storyline bought in and propagated the storyline. Yeah. And so, yes, they've really sort of self-sabotaged in that way. Again, back to her walking the line. Very interesting that she was talking about herd immunity. I mean, I wish we had some clips lined up, but I mean, the herd immunity thing came about in 2020, and scientists were saying, the evil, lying, misinformation scientists were saying, herd immunity will happen eventually, and we're going to be okay. Don't worry about it. And Fauci had to say over and over and over. First, he was saying, we'll get herd immunity at 70%. Then he got in the habit of just cranking that up every time he was asked. At some point, he was saying herd immunity would come at 95%, which really, that's not even herd immunity. That's just immunity. Yeah. And so, again, very interesting that she's walking the line, bringing up herd immunity again.
Got a couple more clips from her, and this one is talking about her educating the public about the situation here.
At first, what I was doing was tapping into media outlets that were particularly tailored towards communities of colors to really get the word out, particularly not just the word, but the knowledge out. It was very important for me in the beginning to make sure that people understood what mRNA was and how these vaccines work. And then as we got to the point of where we were rolling out the vaccines in real time, I was really targeting on a very community level where I was talking to people's churches and youth groups and et cetera. And you know what? Today, I think that because the people who are left vaccine inquisitive or really hardened on the fact that they will not get the vaccine need a little bit more of one-on-one attention. And so I try to remain very open to having people ask me questions on a one-on-one basis. I will take questions at my local Dunkin' Donuts. I answer as many emails as I can from people or social media messages, because at this point, if you are not vaccinated and you have followed the vaccines for so long, there is probably one or two very specific things that you need cleared up. And you need that cleared up from someone that you deem to be, number one, trustworthy, but then also an expert.
This is very interesting. She uses the phrase vaccine inquisitive.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say that too.
Yeah.
It's like
it's like a subtle way.
The other side of the coin. And she very specifically, again, anti-vax is so gauche. You don't say anti-vax anymore unless you're a blue check on Twitter. So you're supposed to say vaccine hesitant. She even avoided that. It was vaccine inquisitive and vaccine, and then she just goes into
hesitant. She might have said hesitant.
I don't think she said it. She just said, and people who just aren't sure about it.
Oh, aren't sure or aren't. Yeah, well, I think she said is set on not getting it or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But the point was not even using the term vaccine hesitant anymore. Instead, they've got their NLP magicians creating a new term called vaccine inquisitive, which changes it.
It's less combative.
You're not hesitant.
Yeah.
You just have questions. You have questions about it. So come on over. Ask me questions at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't know how anybody would recognize her because on this live, she looks much different than she does in all of her marketing materials.
Well, especially if we're all wearing masks. Who would really?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Kizzy. She's the one who made the vaccine.
Yeah, maybe it's the clerk who recognizes her name on her credit card or something.
Are you the Kizzy that made the jabs? Ask me anything. Yes. So yeah, I thought that was interesting. And again, in terms of trying to appeal, especially to the community of color, the way she puts it, she does have
community of colors.
Colors, right?
That was another thing I was sort of refraining from mentioning. She's obviously gotten a lot of good media training.
Yeah.
She's much better with on the media, taking questions, things like that.
I think she's better than our vice president, by the way.
Oh, she's better than anybody. Of course, she's better than Fauci, Biden, Kamala. She's the best media trained person we've seen in a long time.
It's been a while, yeah.
But there are a couple little things. She has a couple little flubs, but the good thing she does is she just keeps moving.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't get all caught up in it.
I'm glad you brought up people of colors because every human being ever born is a color. Yeah.
There are, yes, right.
Yeah. I mean, even the white man, believe it or not, is a color.
We're technically more pink than even white.
Technically not white. Yeah. You're not clear either. That would be very strange.
I'm not clear. I'm really not clear at this point.
Well, this gives it away. One more clip from Kizzy. I'm sorry. I know we're spending a lot of time on this, but I found this very fascinating for Wapo to have, and just Kizzy herself articulating her thoughts. That last clip, very gentle to the people hesitant about getting vaccines. But here's the bottom line.
People are just scared of vaccines. And what that tells me is that we're probably starting the conversation too late. Even at the start of this pandemic, the conversation around vaccines and how they work and, the technology that was being developed to make mRNA vaccines possible, how that technology works, starting that conversation only as of last year might be a little bit too late. So I try to come back out of today and what is the COVID-19 vaccines, but frame it in a very holistic way to just remind people that vaccines have been around for so long. The technology that goes into vaccines on a very basic level, training your immune system was, explored back in the smallpox days even.
Oh my
God. So remind people of the historical relevance of vaccines and how, over time, vaccines have continued over and over again to save lives.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, there's the Fauci coming through.
Yeah.
Oh, that is horrible. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, this is a storyline that I've heard almost exclusively propagated towards people of color.
Yeah.
To put it in their terms there, which is they baby it down so far. It's really insulting to compare the mRNA vaccines with any vaccine technology we've ever seen before is a complete infantilization and and is a total it's very offensive, I think, to anybody that is being told this, because it's just simply not true. I mean, I guess the words she's saying are true. Yes. The idea of vaccines are very old. Going back to smallpox and polio and things like that. Smallpox being the furthest example. But those vaccines, the technology behind them, have literally nothing to do with these mRNA vaccines. It's really sad to see. Yeah. I thought she was going to be different, Gonz. Yeah. I thought she was going to be different.
Yeah, you got to check out the whole 33-minute interview to really find the nuggets.
It's very offensive.
All right, so there's Kizzy there. We'll keep track of her. We got our eye on you, Kizzy.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to because she's in line to take the throne.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I want to jump into. We have another clip.
Real quick, yeah. I'm sorry. This is I just found this story interesting. This is CBS Los Angeles. Headline is Gardena Community Hospital under fire for treatment of dead COVID patients. And I'll just
treatment of the dead.
Yes, this is. Yeah, and by the way, just for the people listening, the person that they interview remains anonymous here, so they're under this dark light. You can't see who she is, but here's the story.
It's a phrase we hear all the time. If you see something, say something.
In certain situations, you have to stand up. You have to be a voice for somebody who don't have a voice.
And it's especially true if it's something you can't unsee, like a row of bodies wrapped in plastic and sheets lying on the ground behind a hospital.
And maybe I'm a voice for one of the deceased people that was laying there that can't speak for themselves.
This woman was a witness to what happened outside Memorial Hospital of Gardena Monday night. Sky 9 captured security guards helping medical staff eventually load those bodies into a mobile freezer. But not before, she says, those bodies were left outside the freezers and in the rain for hours.
Securities had tears in their eyes. They're crying. Some of the security had to leave because they got fluid on their clothes when they did move the bodies.
The hospital tells us their morgue is small and it can only hold 6 bodies, which has proven to be inadequate space during the pandemic. In a written statement, they explained what was very visibly going on here. Because of the overcrowding situation, hospital administrators took action yesterday to organize the outdoor cooling unit in a more orderly fashion. Hospital protocol calls upon security guards to assist in the process when mortuaries come to pick up bodies, primarily helping to lift and move the bodies. The hospital denies that the bodies were not properly cared for and insists the freezer was kept at the required 34 degrees.
Oh, so close.
But this witness says given the body fluid she saw on the sheets in the ground, that simply cannot be true.
Impossible. Them bodies were defrosted. They were decomposing. You have blood.
I could see a lot of body fluids. And right there, the pathogen.
Hold on. Right there, that was something I wanted to point out. Whatever she was saying, they edit after she says blood.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious what she was going to say. So here's the clip again. Here's the edit.
The ground, that simply cannot be true.
Impossible. Them bodies were defrosted. They were decomposing. You have blood.
And I could see a lot of body fluid. That's going to expose
them bodies were defrosted is a great ISO. We got to pull that
one. And now they're interviewing, I think, somebody from the autopsy, the 1-800 autopsy founder, and he's got a mask on.
1-800 autopsy.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And on the mask it says "Dead Lives Matter."
Oh, bro. Oh, no. Oh, no.
But whoever walks in there.
Vidal Herrera agrees. He owns an independent autopsy company and says it's illegal for bodies to be stacked the way they are in these photos.
The body should never be there for more than 2 weeks.
But the hospital admits they've had some bodies in the mobile freezers for months. They say that's because 11 of the 19 deceased people here haven't yet been claimed by loved ones, and the county hasn't picked them up yet.
I feel like the hospital dropped the ball. They know they did. I mean, take responsibility for what you did.
Something else is going on here.
Right?
This is not...
Isn't that the weirdest, strangest story?
The story is not as simple as they're making it out to be.
There was something very bizarre about the whole thing. It's not uncommon to see, anonymous people do this kind of thing with the lights dim, but on a news story, it's kind of weird. It was surprising to me. It's been a while since I saw, I know they blur out faces and stuff, but it looks very, I don't know, well, whoever did the production knew kind of how to do it. But also, it's
something's fishy, man.
6 bodies, and so it's not obviously not efficient during the pandemic. Well, yeah, but if it's truly a pandemic, why are you even? I don't understand. Yeah, there's something else going on entirely.
I don't think
know.
we're being
11
told. Bodies being unclaimed for months.
Yeah, what is this is from some heist gone wrong or something like that. And there's
Something, but you know what
up.
it is doing is it's returning to the storyline of bodies piling up in the streets.
Yes.
Remember that early 2020 in New York? They're like, there's bodies piled up in the streets everywhere. We're all going to die. And this is just, I don't know, man. Something. Notice how they didn't even really say that these were COVID patients.
Yeah, did they? They did at the beginning. I think they said died from COVID. I think that was the.
I would like to hear that again.
Okay,
I don't know if we need to do that, but if we can find it real quick.
Let's just hear the first few seconds.
Okay. It's a phrase we hear all the time. If you see something, say something.
In certain situations, you have to stand up. You have to be a voice for somebody who don't have a voice.
And it's especially true if it's something you can't unsee. Okay. Like a row of bodies wrapped in plastic and sheets lying on the ground behind a hospital.
And maybe I'm a voice for one.
This woman was a witness to what happened outside.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. Maybe
I don't know. I don't recall them ever saying that these bodies died of COVID. That these people rather died of COVID.
Interesting.
So who knows what they're dying of? But they say
it was a heist gone wrong.
You know, they do the reference of okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so 11 criminals got just passed away in some sort of grand scheme.
The
so
FBI,
nobody wants to pick them up.
The FBI dropped off the bodies in front of Memorial Hospital, and they're like, "What are we? What is this?" And they're like, "You guys figure it out." And we drive off. Yeah. And then now they're in trouble because
interesting. Well, if nothing else, they definitely. Oh, I see. In the headline, it says Gardena Community Hospital under fire for treatment of dead COVID patients. Right. Okay, so it's in the headline, but I didn't hear it in the report, which is weird. All right, well, I think more than anything, it's a nice bodies piling up in the streets. You know, there's too much of this. You can't have Dr. Kizzy talking about how Omicron is a joke and nobody's dying of Omicron, and especially if you're vaccinated. You got to add the piles of bodies in the streets to the storyline to keep people scared.
Well, it's not Omicron, Basil.
It's called the Omicron.
You gotta be Omni.
It's called the
I always
Omicron.
get that wrong. Funny.
All right, moving on here.
You know what? I want to skip this Intercept article.
You do?
It's too long, and I can summarize it for you.
Okay.
The Intercept. This is from the Intercept here. The outlet that was founded by Glenn Greenwald, and then they kicked him out because he wanted to, not be a complete propaganda outlet. So he got kicked out of his own company.
Yeah.
The headline is "Vaccine passports are here to stay. Why worry?" Now, this headline is kind of funny because this Judith Levine person, which is not related to, well, maybe it is related to Beth Levin over there. What was I saying? These vaccine passports are here to stay. Why worry? It's a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek, sarcastic headline because the whole article, which is very long, which is why I think we should skip it and summarize it, is about how people were ignorant to the details of the vaccine passports. Even the, pro-vax, pro-passport, line-towing Biden lovers who are all excited about their Excelsior pass in New York and they can go to the theater, et cetera, et cetera. It's this whole long breakdown of how basically none of these people really knew what they were getting into. They had not even considered the privacy concerns and the cybersecurity issues and the this and the that, and how this demographic are starting to wake up to how much of a problem these vaccine passports are. Which I thought it was an interesting shift in narrative, especially from the Intercept, which the Intercept is basically just a direct propaganda line for whatever the mainstream is trying to put out there.
Well, I think in the recent time we had off here, mass formation psychosis was trending on Twitter. Dr. Robert Malone was on Joe Rogan, right? Wasn't that the interview everyone's been talking about and sending?
Yeah.
And really brought to light this idea of, hey, we've been duped by our politicians and everything else. I was telling you about Lex Friedman came out, and I was going to clip it, but I didn't. He had this 3-minute thing where he was talking about how, and he had interviewed one of the three amigos, Dr. Francis Collins, in like a sit-down interview, and it was really milquetoast. I sat through and I was like, oh, just, really tone the line on everything.
Waste of time.
Yeah, waste of time. And then Lex Friedman came out and did a 3-minute video talking about how he's against the lockdowns and how he was so disappointed when he saw the email from between Fauci and Francis Collins, and how they're talking about discrediting one of their colleagues and stuff like that. So the public sentiment is definitely way more against the whole narrative at this point. I think you won't know necessarily. The shift continues. You don't necessarily notice it if you're just looking at news headlines, but I feel like everybody knows that it's like, okay, all right, we get it. Like, this pandemic thing, got it. Like, sure, it's out there, but most people got their vaccines, and they want to just go back to work and get back to normal life or whatever. Well, and
let me read just a couple of excerpts from this Intercept, because it'll give you the tone, and it's very interesting. I'm starting maybe 3 or 4 paragraphs down. Yeah. Not everybody is as nonchalant as Jack or as gung-ho as the PM, referring to the previous paragraph, quoting people who are excited about the Vax passport. They're pro-Vax passport. But not everybody is as nonchalant as Jack or as gung-ho as the Prime Minister, referring to Prime Minister of New Zealand. 20 U.S. states have banned the passes, and hashtags like hashtag no vaccine passports are proliferating on both sides of the Atlantic. Spoiler alert, tweeted British DJ record producer and anti-vaccine conspiracy monger Lang. Quote, they are not planning on removing Vax passports once introduced. This is just the first step to get you conditioned to accepting government restrictions in your daily life via your mobile phone. This digital ID is going to expand to all aspects of your life. Georgia Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene called the passport Biden's Mark of the Beast. Normally, I'd rather have the Mark of the Beast tattooed on my forehead than write these words, but Marjorie is not entirely wrong. Dun, dun, dun. So funny. I mean, she quotes what she calls an anti-vaccine conspiracy monger. And then, of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene with the Mark of the Beast term. And then goes on to say, well, they're not actually wrong. And then there's a bunch of stuff in between here. But then the article, the conclusion here will kind of give you the vibe of how the rest of the article went. Omicron is leapfrogging from body to body. The virus is no doubt busily mutating. Now the corporate digital police are reinforced by agents of the biopolitical state. Armed with scanners, they read our QR codes and unlock our cells. Who does not want out? The vaccine passport embodies the contradictions of the pandemic that birthed it. It guards borders, divides us from them. It also facilitates travel, and travel is an antidote to tribalism. In either case, it is not going away. Therefore, if it is indeed the prototype linchpin of a future global digital hyper-surveillance apparatus, we must demand that it be universally accessible, publicly owned and regulated.
Hey!
Its workings transparent, and it uses stringently defined. For the moment, the vaccine pass is allowing us to repopulate the third spaces and revitalize the public square, where accidental touch accustoms us to tolerance and minor conflict conditions us for democratic discourse. Technologies encode their markers and users' values. What? Technologies encode their makers' there it is, and users' values. This one must serve the survival of the social.
Ooh, survival of the social.
Yes, there's an admission here that, yes, these vaccine passports are creating hyper-vigilant digital surveillance apparatus reinforced by the digital corporate police and the biopolitical state, and keeping us in our cells with our...
Hey, slow down there. You sound like a fringe conspiracy theorist.
No.
What is this,
The Intercept. Don't worry.
2007?
No,
what are we talking here?
Yeah, don't worry. No, this is mainstream corporate news media. They are just straight up talking about it. And but they do kind of drag the line in this article. It's like, yes, the vaccine passport is all of the horrible things that the, quote, conspiracy theorist, radical, right-wing, white supremacist Trump supporters say that it is. It is exactly what they say it is. But we can learn to love it because it will make our social lives so much better, and we will just accept it into our lives and live according to its will.
I like that the tone at the end of like, fine, but if we're gonna do it, then give me this, and this, and then I'll be happy. And then it's
sort of the social justice-y thing, like, if you're gonna give a vaccine passport, give it to everybody and make it publicly owned and regulated. And again, that's very special language. Publicly owned and regulated means the government.
Yeah.
Let the government have the vaccine passport. Make its workings transparent, blah, blah, blah. The government's so good at making things transparent. So, yeah, it's interesting because they are straight up admitting that explicitly using the words that the conspiracy theorists were right all along, but we have no choice. So we'll just do it, and hopefully it's good.
There was a line in here. Evidence supports the detractors' suspicion.
Yep.
Yeah.
Evidence. That's exactly what they're saying. They're saying the conspiracy theorists were right all along. They had the evidence. They were blah, blah, blah. I mean, it fits the entire storyline of the pandemic, which is, the horrible people have been right all along. But, here we are. So let's just keep going.
Yeah. So let's skip that one.
Let's skip it. Yeah. So there you go. Let's just skip that one. Let's keep moving.
You want to do this Pfizer thing? What are they up to recently?
Yeah. Oh, this is great news.
Yeah. Great.
This is
great
wonderful
news.
Pfizer. What else is Pfizer doing? You may think that Pfizer is just so absorbed with the vaccine thing that they would just be too busy to do anything else. But here from Forbes.com, the headline says, Pfizer bets on medical cannabis with $6.7 billion acquisition.
Woo! That's putting some skin in the game. I'll tell you what, dropping $6.7 billion.
That is a serious acquisition too. Sometimes you hear about these acquisitions of like, $100 million. They, blah, blah, blah. No, $6.7 billion.
Serious.
That is, what is that? That's 1,000 millions 6.7 times. It's crazy. Pfizer is to enter the medical cannabis industry, betting on a promising cannabinoid-based bowel disease treatment. Ooh. Last week, American multinational pharmaceutical and biotechnology corporation, Pfizer. Wow, have you ever heard it explained that way? Last week, American multinational pharmaceutical and biotechnology corporation, Pfizer, signed an agreement with the clinical stage company Arena Pharmaceuticals for a total equity value of around $6.7 billion. Under the agreement terms, Pfizer acquires all shares for $100 a share in an all-cash transaction. Holy smokes! Wow!
Oh man, we're in the wrong business. I was gonna say we should have. We should start our own Canary Pharmaceuticals.
Dude, whoever
Pfizer,
started,
bro,
whoever
the we got some stuff for you.
At Arena Pharmaceuticals, that is the best corporate acquisition terms I have ever heard of, which also means Pfizer is very excited about this acquisition. Yeah, just for those, it's usually when there's an acquisition, almost never is it cash in hand.
All cash transact, all cash
into your bank.
Nothing in the future. Yeah.
Boom, 6.7 billion in the bank. It's it's always, there's asset transfers, there's stock options, there's, they kind of cut it up to make it more palatable. But no, an all cash transaction of 6.7 bill. Moreover, the press release reads that the proposed transaction will be subject to customary closing conditions, including receipt of regulatory approvals and approval by Arena's stockholders.
Can you imagine you're a stockholder? You're like, no. I don't want to be a part of this. And the other guy's going, it's 6.7 billion. Give it up.
All cash. Just come on, Dave.
Dave.
Stop being so...
don't be so selfish, Dave.
So principled, Dave. It's like, no, man, we started Arena Pharmaceuticals to change the world with cannabis, man. We can't sell out to the man.
We can't sell out to the man.
Dave, it's 6 bill in cash. Sign the paper, man. Nah, man. Right.
No, man.
Man, I'm not doing it. Arena Pharmaceuticals is a biotech company with one pipeline dedicated to cannabinoid type therapeutics. The core of its cannabis operation consists of oloronab, an investigational oral full agonist of the cannabinoid type 2 receptor, CB2, which aims to treat patients with diseases affecting the stomach and intestine. As Arena's website states, oloronab is an investigational drug and is not currently approved for use by any health authority. Arena's team is developing this cannabinoid-based drug with an initial focus on visceral pain associated with gastrointestinal disorders. Arena's website reads that all their info just came from their website. Come on, reporters. Arena's website reads that this compound, through its selectivity for CB2 versus CB1, is under investigation for pain relief without psychoactive adverse effects. CB1 and CB2 receptors bind to the endocannabinoid system, a complex cell signaling system. These receptors are present throughout the human body. Endocannabinoids, such as THC and CBD, can bind to both receptors to signal that the endocannabinoid system needs to take action. However, the effect depends on the endocannabinoid receptor and the cannabinoid's interaction with the receptor. Blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on and on. So there you go. Pfizer, formerly most famous for the little blue pill, now famous for
jab.
taking over the entire earth with its mandatory jabs, is now getting into the weed business. So there is nothing that they cannot help with, apparently.
They're part of getting everybody vaccinated, everybody stay in their homes, get high, get on the metaverse. that's the plan for the world.
Yeah,
how are you going to get people into the metaverse, into the hive mind? You got to have a global pandemic. You got to stay inside, and mind-altering substance to enjoy the metaverse.
Yeah.
Pass the time,
Yeah, who knows what else they'll. Yeah, this particular drug that Arena has been working on is
it's not psychoactive.
Claims to not be psychoactive, but I'm sure they've got a lot of research, a lot of R&D, and a lot of talent that Pfizer can use to create whatever they want.
It's like a switch. Anytime there's any kind of regulatory clarity or allowance there, they're going to flip it on and be like, hey, 50% or something like that,
So that's just what those hippies out there, all of our cannabis enthusiast listeners, are looking for. They want Pfizer to take over the weed business. Is nothing sacred anymore, Gonzo?
Oh, they single-handedly are the vaccine issuer of Israel, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
they're partnered with
exclusive vaccine company or provider to Israel.
Yeah, so interesting. Maybe there's a whole another angle there too.
You know what? Now I'm thinking about the $6.7 billion cash deal. They posted their highest earnings in history last year with $33 billion. I'm sure they're just flush with cash.
Oh, I'm sure. Pfizer?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, they can they're good to go. They're fine. Here's a story from Reuters. U.S. judge blocks Pentagon from punishing Navy SEALs who refused COVID-19 vaccine.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, a federal judge on Monday barred the U.S. Department of Defense from punishing a group of Navy SEALs and other Special Force members who refused COVID-19 vaccines on religious grounds. U.S. District Judge Reed O'Connor, acting in response to a lawsuit filed on behalf of 35 Special Forces service members, issued a preliminary injunction blocking the Navy and Defense Department from enforcing the mandate. Reed, who was appointed to the federal bench in Texas by President George W. Bush, said the Navy had not granted a single religious exemption in the vaccine to the vaccine rule. Wow, not a single one. Quote, the Navy service members in this case seek to vindicate the very freedoms they have sacrificed so much to protect. The COVID-19 pandemic provides the government no license to abrogate those freedoms, the judge wrote in a 26-page decision. The service members had faced a range of military discipline actions for refusing the vaccine. First, Liberty Institute, a legal organization dedicated to defending U.S. religious freedoms, which represented the plaintiff service members, hailed the ruling as a victory. Quote, forcing a service member to choose between their faith and serving their country is abhorrent to the Constitution and America's values, said Mike Berry, the Institute's general counsel. In a written statement, Pentagon officials could not immediately be reached for comment by Reuters on Monday evening. The ruling marks the latest salvo in a string of legal fights over COVID-19 vaccine mandates ordered by President Joe Biden that have proven deeply controversial among conservatives. So there you go. I mean, I guess that's good. It feels like hold the line, you know?
Yeah, well, I might be mistaken, but from what I've read and just sort of cataloged myself, it seems like any challenge to the mandates that make it to court
are winning.
A win.
Yeah.
Every time. I don't, maybe somebody could find one that didn't win. But all the ones that I'm seeing is every time it makes it to a judge, they are winning their case, or at least having it frozen and put up to a higher court or whatever.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
those who fight are being rewarded for it.
Yes, but also they are picking a fight. I think that's part of it.
You got to pick the fight if you're, But I mean, I think it's good because, a lot of people are scared to pick a fight.
Mm-hmm, you're right.
But I think there's a lot of good precedent to show that, hey, if it's really something that you want to stand for, take it to the courts and you'll have a pretty good chance of, at least living to fight another day.
Yeah. Well, that's the conflict therein, the manufactured conflicts, but also this does really, I guess it's sort of like testing the resilience of the Constitution in the U.S. And it's been pretty strong in the last few hundred years. Obviously, it's not perfect, obviously, but the more they challenge it, the more it's kind of like. What is it? Those idioms or those things they teach in martial arts where, you punch a brick wall or something like a rock or something like that. You may not break it in 100 hits or whatever, but, after like 10,000 strikes, the rock finally splits in half or whatever. I feel like it's kind of that situation where they keep challenging it. Eventually they're going to break through and constitutionally stuff will be allowed that is abhorrent to traditional constitutionalists. I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling.
No, I mean, it's worth rambling about.
Mm-hmm. Last one here before a quick break, and I'm not going to read the whole thing here because it's a pointless thing to read all the way through, but it's an NPR article. It was published on the 30th of December here. The goal, at least 40% vaxxed in all nations by year end. This map shows how we stand. So NPR giving the goal here, and the article reads, or at least part of it reads, what went wrong? At year's end, that's the question being asked about the global effort to make sure that all countries get vaccines against COVID-19. Almost as soon as the pandemic began, the world's leading health organizations joined forces to ensure an ample supply of the vaccines for all nations, regardless of income level. The program they created is known as COVAX, short for the COVID-19 Global Access Facility. It was supposed to pre-purchase doses from the manufacturers while the vaccines were still being developed, and then once the doses became available, distribute them to countries according to their need and charge according to their ability to pay, with the lowest income countries getting the doses for free. And then there's a chart here. There's a little graph of the Earth, and it says countries projected to vaccinate at least 40% of their population by the end of 2021. And in blue are the high-income people with 40% or higher. Hold on, let me switch to the vaccination rate because I think, okay, yeah. There's a vaccination rate and then there's a status of 40% target. Most of the world, Basil, are 40% or higher. Most countries around the world, I should say. Okay. There's one large continent that is not. Guess what continent?
I'm gonna guess it's Africa.
Africa! Mm-hmm. And I feel like this is the frontier for, we've talked about Afrofuturism or the technocratic Afrofuturism. The vaccine issue will be sort of the tip of the spear, I feel like, in developing a modernized Africa, especially when there's infrastructure to be built. Just kind of keep an eye on that. So, but that's the goal. They say they didn't hit those goals, the 40% by the end of 2021.
Right.
And then the article quotes, I think they quote Seth Berkley from Gavi. Gavi, the Bill Gates guy.
Yep.
Let's see. Gavi, Seth Berkley recalls how fierce the contest was. Quote, we were competing against countries that had opened their treasuries and had the clout to demand that vaccines flowed to them, he said. And, it just kind of talks about the problem with rich nations and these organizations like Gavi. They're trying their best to be equitable to poorer nations, but the rich nations just made it so hard. So it's, I don't know. It's all part of the Great Reset and trying to restructure everything and get people mad about how things are structured now.
I could see vaccines being used as a bargaining chip for the corporate economic takeover of some of these African nations.
Yeah, we saw it with
because you can make a good financial deal, but maybe China can match or exceed your financial deal. But if you're like, hey, and we'll vaccinate your entire country for free, then it, it's a little sweeten the deal, a little deal sweetener.
Right. I mean, we saw, I think it was Nigeria, right? They released a CBDC, a central bank digital currency, and they also, one of their regions, their head, it was like a governor or I can't remember what he was, but we had that clip of him saying that, if you don't get vaccinated, you won't have access to your bank account.
Yeah, you can't get into your bank, right?
So I think this is the play to, quote unquote, develop Africa as part of this whole agenda here. So,
certainly an interesting setup, regardless.
Yeah. And, I don't know, we didn't have a story per se, and we did mention it a little bit earlier, but did you have any explicit thoughts about the whole Dr. Robert Malone being canceled off Twitter? He got banned off Twitter, and then he's on Joe Rogan and he's pushing the thing. And then I will mention, I don't know if you listened to one of the more recent No Agenda episodes, but John C. Dvorak, his theory is that Dr. Robert Malone he's a spook. He's a CIA asset.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, and not a bad take.
That's definitely going around, and I can understand that. And it's also very possible. I mean, the dude just straight up admits to having CIA friends,
right?
And, working with,
or didn't he write a book with one or something? Or
something, yeah. So I think it's interesting that, I mean. Probably, of course he is. I don't know.
Well, even if he wasn't, at this point, he must be getting help, because you don't just go on Joe Rogan. You don't, you know what I mean? You don't trend. Yeah. All of a sudden, your topics don't randomly trend on Twitter. I mean, there's something going on for sure.
Oh my gosh, the trending on Twitter was hilarious. I actually took a bunch of screenshots over the break. Because of just the stuff that was being allowed to trend on Twitter.
Yeah, and I'm over here going, I have stuff to say about this. Hello. I've been talking about this for a while. I got stuff to say.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'm not allowed to say it, but other people are apparently.
Let's see here. Mass formation psychosis was trending at some point.
Yeah, that was the big one. That was the No Agenda's been talking about it for months at the very least, maybe longer.
Yeah.
And then,
I mean, we've talked about it for months, and I think they even longer.
Yeah.
So, anywho, yeah, I don't know. I find it very difficult to say that he's not involved with at least CIA agents, and he obviously has connections. And so, of course, the instant reaction is controlled opposition. And it's like, yeah, but the problem with the controlled opposition conversation is like, it's so easy to say about anybody all the time. Yeah. I mean, we get called controlled opposition all the time too.
Yeah, we do.
So, and I don't even have any CIA friends.
You don't?
No.
I thought we all had CIA friends.
So you do.
Oh yeah,
okay,
the ones that it's a one-way relationship. They know me.
Oh,
but
the
I
ones
don't know
that
them.
spy on you while you scroll at night. Yeah. So anyways, it's very possible, but what does controlled opposition even mean? The idea of that, I mean, when you just throw out the term controlled opposition, the assumption is, it's the CIA, creating an opposition narrative so that they can control the opposition, hence the name, and use it to further the main narrative. But I find it a little bit too simplistic to totally marry.
Well, there is something. Okay, there's a show called Miraculous. Have you ever seen Miraculous, Basil?
Nope.
Guaranteed you have not. This is why our partnership works, is because you currently don't have human children. So you don't necessarily have to subject yourself to certain types of shows. Mm-hmm. But there's a show called, Miraculous. It's a CGI kids show, and in the show, it's kind of like a superhero show. They got this little thing. Anyway, it's all set in France and everything. The villain, every episode, the villain finds somebody within the city or whatever that has a gripe or has some injustice done to them, and gives him this like superhuman, or not superhuman, but like a superhero power as a proxy to try to take away the miraculouses that give the good guys the miraculous power. Catboy and whatever.
So the villain creates other villains.
The villain creates other villains, and
using their emotional
state,
distraughtness.
Yes, and I feel like this Dr. Robert Malone thing, because he was, we read that story about him being basically kind of treated unfairly by the scientific community when he found or discovered the mRNA potential technology in the 80s and stuff like that. He's the perfect guy for an evil mastermind to be like, I know you are disheartened by your situation, to follow us and do as we say, and we will, give you your day in the light, that kind of thing. Right. So, again, it could be that Dr. Malone is buying into some of this because he knew that there's some attention coming his way. Maybe he can sell a book or whatever. And, it's playing on, hey, I want to help people. But that's what these organizations do. They don't necessarily need you to be 100% on board with the New World Order agenda behind the scenes. They just got to appeal to your compartmentalized desires.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, but then it kind of goes into, okay, if he is, some sort of controlled opposition, why does he get kicked off of everything? He gets kicked off of Twitter. He gets kicked off of YouTube.
Oh, that's part of the staging,
Yeah.
When guys like him get banned, I feel like it's staging. When guys like me get banned, it's like, come on.
Well, there you go. How are we supposed to tell the difference? I understand the logic. Yeah. I just don't think I don't have enough to be like, yep, that's what's going on. Like, there's not enough like
that's
evidence.
What's going on, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's something like that, because given his history, he is someone who felt like he was wronged. So
yeah,
anyway.
right, yeah. Well, there you go. Yes, Miraculous has given you a narrative to lay over this situation.
Is there anybody in the chat who knows what I'm talking about, or am I crazy?
No, you've certainly got some miraculous heads in the chat.
Okay, perfect.
The other side of it, and we can move on. We don't need to just like postulate on this forever. But the other side of it is, you got to remember that when we take some of the lessons that we learned from like Q or something like that, where there is a deep state, there is a cabal, but then there's a cabal within the cabal, and then there's a CIA, but there's the CIA within the CIA.
Yeah.
And there's the hidden shadowy figures within the enterprise, the organizations of the government. Like, it's not necessarily just the government explicitly taking action, but it's individuals within the government who are furthering some sort of agenda for some bigger purpose. If that is the case, which on a logical level, it would make sense. The government is made up of individuals. It would make sense also that there is at least a small contingent of individuals who are like kind of little secret agents in there. They're like, I went to work for the CIA, did CIA stuff. Suddenly, they're seeing stuff happen that they don't necessarily agree with, but they're in the CIA, so they know they got to be really sneaky. They can kind of affect things. They can keep Robert Malone on Twitter for a little bit longer until they get overpowered and it gets taken down. They can help facilitate hooking up Robert Malone with Joe Rogan or whatever to get the message out there before he totally disappears. But then the other forces catch up and take him down, that kind of stuff. So it's too complicated to really be able to claim absolute controlled opposition, but it could also be a controlled opposition by some sort of like white hat cabal within the CIA or something. This is just sort of conspiracy postulating at this point, but
sure.
But you get the point. I mean, there's black hats and there's white hats in every organization.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point, and I think that's why we've always stated that the grandest conspiracy is spiritual. It's not necessarily this carnal thing taking place. Certainly, yes, it's it's in the flesh, but it starts in the spiritual realm. That's kind of
Cool
been our
Runnings
whole thing.
Mon is reminding us that, as we know from their advertisements, the CIA is very diverse, Gonz.
They're woke, so I'm sure they'll come to their wits. There are a lot of other things happening in the world concerning COVID and the lockdowns and protests. We dropped a few stories with some big protests happening that are very violent. Kazakhstan, Netherlands. I don't know if you saw any footage out of the Netherlands, but it was pretty nasty. We just we can maybe cover it in the next episode if it pops up, but we're aware of it. We can't cover everything. We'll be here forever. So
we're already here forever.
We are here forever.
We should take a break.
Well, before we do, I'm here to tell you to go to any browser that you use and type in CanaryCry.Party into the browser, and it'll take you to our LINKTREE where you can find our email list and subscribe to it. You can find all the platforms where we live stream. You can find ways to connect with others, Discord, CanaryCry.community, and other social media. And you can support the show by clicking on the wiggly button at the top that says produce the show now. It is just begging you to click it.
Follow the Wiggles. And we follow the Wiggles because, well, we've got a few reasons for it. But if you're new to the show, you may have noticed. So hold on. I got to take a drink of water while you hit the break jingle.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
Oh, it wasn't long enough.
Yeah, it took you all that time to just grab your...
I was just feeling around in the dark looking for my jar.
Hold on. What is the straw that you... That is an unusually long straw. What is going on there?
2 metal straws. Oops, I spilled something. It's like the reusable metal straws that you can get.
Wow, you're so progressive.
Well, it's two of those put together. But it's a creation of my own creation.
Do you pull it out at restaurants when they say they don't serve plastic straws?
Yeah, I call it the mega straw mutant variant.
Take out your case.
Yeah, it breaks down like some sort of tactical rifle. Okay. Well, let's take a quick break and thank some producers. That's right. I said producers, folks. And we've got a nice list of producers to thank today, but you might be wondering, what are you talking about, producers? Well, you may have noticed we don't play any advertisements on the show, no affiliate codes. We're not selling any merch or pills or anything like that. Nope. We are strictly on the value for value model, which is a very simple model, a revolutionary model, and a model that helps us, but not just us, also helps our listeners break away from the traditional economic models that have overtaken our lives like some sort of growing shadow or black ooze that just grows on the pain and economic manipulation across the world. That's right. I've mentioned it before, but the advertising industry, which is sort of the most straightforward, typical way to fund a piece of media like ours, is to, gain as much attention as we possibly can, take up as much as your time and your consciousness as we can possibly muster, and then go ahead and package that up and turn around and sell that attention and trust to big corporations for personal gain. They literally sell your attention and your trust to keep the show going. And it doesn't sound too cool. It just doesn't sound like a laid back, chill, cool way to go about life, running around, scooping up attention wherever you can and selling it to big corporations. But that indeed is what a lot of media is doing in order to fund themselves. But we decided that is just not very cool, and we don't want to do that. Because we think, but believe it or not, folks, we do consider you, dear listener, to be a human being, an actual sentient human being with dreams and hopes and fears and love, most of all. And we want to treat you that way. That's why we don't try to sell you anything. We don't try to take up your time by reading advertisements. And you may say, oh, advertisements are fine. I've been listening to advertisements my whole life. And that's exactly the point. We have been conditioned to accept advertisements, to accept the commoditization of our attention, for the illusion of getting something for free. But indeed, advertising is the reason for most of our big problems in this world. I mean, you talk about data concerns, privacy concerns, Facebook, Google, all of the biggest issues that are looming over us now and in the next, in the coming age here are caused by the advertising industry. And it is an industry that literally monetizes your consciousness. So we have completely eschewed that, which we were always told was a horrible idea. But hey, we're not very good at taking good advice. So instead, we're on the value for value model, which is we create value. We do it 3 times a week, and we try our very hardest at it. And if you get any value out of what we do on this show, you have the opportunity and or the responsibility to put some value back in. It's, of course, the show will always be free, but if you get value out of it, keep in mind that we do not get value any other way than the voluntary value given by our listeners. And when they do that, they then become producers. That's right, producers, because this is the real world. If you pay to have a piece of media produced, you are a producer. And we're very thankful to our producers. They're the only way we can keep this show going. And it's fun being a producer. Gonz and I both, together and separately, support value for value model shows that we listen to, and it's a good feeling because we know that corporations aren't going to support certain messages, certain analyses. You have to stay brand friendly. And once you start taking that corporate money, it's really hard. It's really hard to stop taking the corporate money. And if you say something that's not brand friendly, if you start getting off script or off narrative or something that they think is going to hurt their bottom line, they will pull their support. And then what that creates, worst of all, more than anything, is it creates a self-censorship conformity by the people like Gonz and I or other media creators. And so we just don't want to be pressured into that kind of conformity. Instead, we give the opportunity of our listeners to participate in a new economic model, which gives ownership, which gives some layer of control, and a wonderful feeling of being a part of supporting something that could not be supported otherwise. And that's why we thank them now. And thank you so much to all of our supporters that supported us over the break. It really means the world that that producers continue to support the show, even when we're gone for 7 days or so. It really means a lot, not just in that Gonz and I still have bills to pay and children and cats to feed, but also knowing that you guys support the show in anticipation of our return. And it certainly goes a long way to lighten a fire under our butt to get back to work. And that's what we're doing today. And so we want to thank some producers. Gonz, are you ready?
I am ready.
He is ready. Are you ready, producers? You're ready, and I'm ready. So here we go. We're going to start out with thanking a few executive producers of the show today.
A few.
Yeah, a few, yes. I mean, we had some wonderful support come in at the end of the year and also the beginning of the year. And they came in amounts that we had no choice but to make them executive producers of this episode of Canary Cry News Talk 429. Who are they, Gonz?
We're going to start things off with Gretchen.
Gretchen. Thank you very much, producer Gretchen. Not just producer Gretchen, but executive producer Gretchen.
Where'd you find this?
And Gretchen actually gave us a snail mail here.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah. And the note reads, Basil and Gonz, so thankful for you two. I usually don't catch your shows until a week later, listening to them on my commute to and from school. Thank you for your research and joy in the midst of everything and for rallying people to pray. Plus, no other show I know talks regularly about cats and Flippy. Blessings from Gretchen. Thank you very much, Gretchen. And technically, Gretchen, this makes you a dame. And
oh my gosh, Insta-dame.
Insta-dame, yeah.
We have an Insta-dame. Oh my goodness. Wow, thank you very much, executive producer Gretchen. What a wonderful way to start the year. We got the best producers starting the year off strong. And Gretchen, send us an email. You have qualified for the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames just instantly. Dear Gretchen. So send us an email. Did she give us an email, her email?
I don't think so.
We're going to have to send Gretchen a letter?
Yeah, this one might be it might be like a pen pal night.
Oh, and she doesn't listen until a week later.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
So
we're going to have to remember Gretchen. Well, Gretchen, whenever you do get this episode, you listen to it. Send us an email, canarycryradio.com/support, and let's get you in on the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames.
The email address is canarycryradio@gmail.com or canarycryradio@protonmail.com.
What did I say?
canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support.
Whoopsies. But that it was probably lined up in my brain because we forgot to mention it before this segment. All right. I'll mention it now. Remember, you can become a producer of the show by heading over to canarycryradio.com/support. You'll find all sorts of fun ways to produce the show. There's PayPal amounts suggested, but you can also make a producership in any amount that you'd like. You can support the show with your cryptocurrency. And you can also support the show on a monthly basis if you want to commit to keeping the show going. And we're very thankful for our monthly producers who support the show, because it goes a long way to keeping us going. During those lulls of the year that producership naturally goes down. So there you go. CanaryCryRadio.com/support. Who else we got?
Okay, we're going to keep moving. Although you just reminded me of a really awful story about taxes and PayPal. New laws. All right, so next up we have Sir Igorius, Knight of the Squatting Slavs.
Sir Igorius is back, baby.
Yep.
Thank you for being an executive producer.
Where'd you find this?
Sir Igorius, Knight of the Squatting Slavs at the Canary Cry Roundtable, sends in $555.55, babies.
Wow.
Sir Igorius, thank you so much. And sent a little note here. Said, Happy New Year, my dudes. Thank you very much, Sir Igorius.
I think he's my favorite Slav.
I think you're officially
he moved up the list.
Favorite Canary Cry Slav.
Number
Who
one.
is your previous
my
favorite
priors?
Slav? Priors.
Prior Slavs.
Prior Slavs.
I get a few out there.
Yeah. Okay.
There's some NBA players, a couple ex-Olympian people I knew. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that. I really only know any Slavs through parkour videos.
All right.
Anywho, thank you very much, executive producer Sir Igorius, Knight of the Squatting Slavs.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Jacob W.
Woo! Jacob W. is an executive producer.
Where'd you find this?
Thank you very much, Jacob W., for that big round number there. Just a reminder, if you're just a reminder for everybody, we normally do not read the amount of producership unless there is some sort of signal within the number, or you say so directly in your note. And the signals, is basically, if you don't want it read on the air, we just make it a nice round number, nice big round number, whatever you want. That tells us thank you very much, and we won't read it. But if you want it read on the air, throw something funky in there. Usually people choose to put 33 cents or like Sir Igorius, bunch of fives, stuff like that. But thank you very much, Jacob W. With a note here, says, thank you, dear brothers, for all that you do. Your work has gotten me through some hard times lately, and I'm confident that God will continue to bless me and many others through your work in the weeks, months, and years to come. Well, that's very sweet. Thank you very much, Jacob W.
Thank you, Jacob W.
Your support means a lot, and your note means a lot. And did we play the executive producer for Jacob?
Where'd you find this?
Yeehaw. Thank you very much, executive producer Jacob Dubs.
Thank you very much. And yeah, that's those are our executive producers for episode 429. We do have some associate executive producer, and that is Carrie G.
Thank you very much, Carrie G. Coming in as the associate executive producer of episode 429.
You are executive associate producer for this episode. Enjoy it while it lasts.
And Carrie G comes in for $257.78. Thank you very much, Carrie G.
Thank you, Carrie G.
What was I going to say? Oh, I meant to say this at the top of the show, but it's always kind of this way when we take too long of a break off, or at least for me, is we have to sort of like get in the groove with one another.
We get into rhythm, yes.
Yeah, so we're a little bit out of rhythm this show.
Oh, trust me, it was nothing compared to, I think last episode, I did a refresh of PayPal right before, like during the segment, and there had been like 5 or 6 or 7 new people coming in. So it was
oh, it ain't easy. It's much easier with 2 of us, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, next up we have our calendar producers, and these are calendar producers who are credited for joining the Canary Cry calendar program. Oh my gosh, hold on.
Mute, clear throat, mute. Ooh, this is a long clearing.
Oh, That was a big one. All right. It's been a while since I've talked for this long. Yes, so the Canary Cry calendar, those who know, you know. But if you don't know, let me tell you, every year a group of producers and artists for the show get together. They create the Canary Cry calendar for the next year, which is awesome. It's chock full of art from artists from the show. It's made in America, produced by producers. It's awesome. We have nothing to do with it except for we just get to watch it happen, and sometimes they ask us questions, and that's all we do. Answer them, hopefully.
You answer them. I don't answer anything.
Yeah, Gonz doesn't do anything. So except for look good while he's doing nothing. The Canary Cry calendar is available to producers. Here's the thing. We are not in the business of selling merch. We don't do advertisements. We don't sell merch. We don't do affiliate codes. These are business models that take our attention away from the most important thing, which is doing the show and doing the show well. So we don't do any of these crazy business models. But when it comes to the Canary Cry calendar, the producers create it, and we give it away as a free gift to those producers who commit to getting us through the next year by supporting us, in this case, in the amount of $20.22 for the year 2022. And these are the producers who are being credited for signing up before January 1st. Now, if you've been to Canary Cry News, CanaryCryRadio.com/support, you will notice the calendar option has been taken down.
Oh,
that's right.
Do I need to refresh then? I'm showing it right now on screen.
Did I not save it? Shoot.
Hold on, let me refresh. Let me double check.
Hold on, refresh.
Sometimes
if it's still there, that means I did a bad job.
Oh, no, you did it. It's gone.
I did it. Okay, there you go. So the Canary Cry calendar option is currently off the market. These are printed in very small
low liquidity
batches. Yes, they're printed in small batches here in America. And so right now we are taking a little break, and I gave adequate warning for this for everybody. There was a couple people who slipped in, just before this show, but I'm crediting them for before January 1st. But do not fret, folks.
So generous.
If you really want a Canary Cry calendar and you missed out, just stay tuned to the show, because we have some fun stuff coming up this year that we'll let you know about in the next couple episodes. But let's thank our last and final Canary Cry calendar producers. Starting off with, I don't know how to pronounce this name. Here I go. Just taking a run at it.
Okay.
Devoir P. Devoir.
I was going to say Davier.
Yeah, could be that. I think it's Devoir P. Thank you very much, Devoir.
Thank you.
Next up, we have calendar producer David K.
Thank you, David K.
Thank you very much, David K. Next up, we have Stephanie M.
Thank you, Stephanie M.
And then Sean S.
All right, Sean S.
There we go. Those are our calendar producers. Thank you guys so much. Your calendars will be in the mail soon, as long as you gave us your address. If not, email us your address, and they will be in the mail soon. Okie dokie. Moving on, Gonz.
Just as a... I don't know. All the people who bought calendars, thank you so much.
They did not buy calendars. They received calendars as a free gift.
Sorry.
For their support of the show,
lawyers,
Gonz.
I'm sorry. The people who support the show who received a calendar, thank you. And yes.
And enjoy.
And stay tuned.
That's right. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. Ooh, I'm so tempted to talk more
I know
about it,
you. I know you are.
Not going to do it. We're going to save it for another episode.
Yeah.
But yes, the calendar producers will be happy about it. Okay. Moving on. Who's next?
All right. So these are the other producers who came in. We're going to start with William F.
There he is. William F. is back. Glad to see William F. stuck around. He started producing shortly before I disappeared on the show, and it looks like he's keeping his streak going, baby. That's right. He's been supporting the show for 5 or 6 episodes in a row. We have yet to clear this up, but thank you very much.
I thought we did clear it up.
Not while I was around.
Oh. What did it say? From the
on
last
the last episode you did, he was set for 4 or 5. So I just bumped it up to 5 or 6.
Oh, did I put 4 or 5? Huh, interesting.
Yes, you did.
Okay. Well,
so thank you very.
If it is 6, then he's on fire. But should we give it to him?
No, he would. Yeah, give it to him. Yeah, let's just bump him up to 6.
William F. You're on fire.
Thank you, William F. All right, William F. comes in for 4608, which was 4444 plus fees. Thank you very much, William. And a note here: while we all love Gonz and he is most definitely our favorite Asian provocateur for Christ, we need Basil to return. His absence is felt through all of the Canarium, especially when Gonz tries to multitask. Then he says teasing in parentheses there, Gonz. You go, Gonz. Love you guys. Well, thank you, William F.
Thank you, William F.
It's nice to know that I missed when I'm gone.
Yeah, no, there was, especially during the break of last episode, there was a few moments where it was really bad, where I was just like, okay, hold on. Yeah. Hold on. And I was like typing stuff. Yeah, it was bad. So
I saw there was so just everybody, the veterans know this, but I normally manage the producer document and I do it during the show, before the show, and after the show. And yes, I got back to the producer document here today, and it was a mess, guys. Gonz doesn't know what he's doing in here. You got it all mixed up.
I did
You
not
got
have
labels
things mixed
all
up.
over the place.
No,
Oh,
I did
it's
not.
horrible.
It was that is not true. Categorically not true. Okay, moving on here. We're gonna keep going. Thank you very much, William F. Next up, we have Maureen M.
Thank you very much, Maureen M. Comes in with $21.13, which is 2022 plus fees. And a note that says, can't get enough of the best news talk podcast. Thanks for all you do. Happy New Year? Question mark. God bless. Yes, you are correct, Maureen.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen M. Next up, we have Dame Madeline.
Dame Madeline is in the house. Thank you very much, Dame Madeline. And I think we got some snail mail from Dame Madeline.
We did. We got snail mail from Madeline. Let me open it up here. And the note says, Dear Gonz and Basil, nothing says let's celebrate and this is an older note, we're just reading it now. Let's celebrate the birth of our Savior like silly stickers, right? Nothing says, let's celebrate the birth of our Savior like silly stickers, right? All jokes aside, I saw these and thought of you and wanted to send my favorite podcasters a little Christmas gift. Divide them amongst yourselves as you deem fitting, and I'll show the stickers here. We got a
oh yes, we got fun stickers.
Best cat dad ever.
Yeah. By the way, these stickers seem to divide themselves between the two of us, but
this is definitely you. That's not me. I'm not the best cat dad ever. In fact, I'm a pretty poor cat dad.
I gotta have something.
A UFO abducting a Bigfoot. It's a good one.
Love it. I'm going to take that one too.
Yeah, I figured you're going to take that one. There's a Baby Yoda, soil myself I have. Change me you must. I wonder. And it's a green screen. I got the green screen on, so you can't see Baby Yoda's face.
Oh, that's funny.
It's cropped, screened out. You got access denied, top secret, only authorized.
Yeah, I'll probably take that one too.
Yeah, you seem to be taking all of them here.
The Baby Yoda ones are very specific to Dear Gonz.
There's another Baby Yoda in the little Baby Yoda egg, floating egg thing. And then there's Space Daddy. It's another Baby Yoda with what's his name? I forget. The Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian. Yeah.
I guess that's mine. And then there's this.
What is what?
There's I don't quite know. Is this the?
What is it? Use your words.
It's I don't know. It looks like an Asian guy.
Oh, that's Psy.
Psy?
Remember? What was this? Oh, what was the song?
Gundam
Man?
Man?
The song Gentleman, but the dance everybody was doing.
I thought it was Gundam.
Gangnam Style.
Okay, so
Gangnam
that's
Style. Yeah.
All right. Is that mine? Or is that yours? So
I don't know. How connected to Psy do you feel?
Other than the shade of epidermal
Yeah.
Shade.
You feel some sort of kinship? Okay.
Not much.
I'll take Psy. I
Okay,
like Psy.
Yeah, all right. There you go. Okay, so the note goes on here. The note goes on. Also, I figured Basil was due for more chapstick, but maybe he will share if you ask nicely.
No,
Gonz? Question mark.
Not
And there's
sharing.
a whole box of
Yay!
Burt's Bees here.
You know what's a shame? Here's a shame with Dame Madeline. And I feel guilty about this maybe once a week.
Mm-hmm.
So, as longtime listeners will know, I have another podcast called The Joyspiracy Theory, right? And I stopped doing The Joyspiracy Theory at the beginning of the pandemic, not for any intentional reason. It's just we started doing this show in this format, and time is a limited commodity in this realm. And I actually did an interview with Dame Madeline for the Joyspiracy Theory.
Like never aired
before the pandemic.
I actually remember that.
Yeah, and it never aired.
Aww.
And we had a wonderful time talking about chapstick, which she has been so wonderful. She's actually sent chapstick before, I believe.
I think so,
she
yeah.
did.
Yeah.
And so I do feel bad about that, Dame Madeline. You will, when the Joyspiracy Theory gets back going, you'll be the first episode, unless you don't want it to be. Sometimes people, their lives
change their minds.
They change their minds and they don't want their personal.
I got a job. I got a real
story
job. I
out
can't
there.
be having that out there.
Yeah, or they just, they've changed spiritually or something, and they, doesn't represent them anymore. But whatever the case, Dame Madeline, you are at the top of the list to either record again or, of course, have your episode come out. So, anywho, Dame Madeline has been supporting the show for a very long time and listening. So thank you very much.
Let me finish the note here. You guys are the best, and I'm grateful for your work you do. May you both be blessed richly for your faithfulness, and have a Merry Christmas. I pray you and your families will experience the peace of Christ this Christmas as we anticipate our Prince of Peace reigning over a restored creation one day. Get some good rest and take care. Love, Dame Madeline. So thank you very much, Dame Madeline, and apologize.
Thank you very much, Dame Madeline.
Later, but yes, I wanted to make sure Basil was here for that one, especially. So
yes, I appreciate that. And
Thank you,
only
Dame
the most I don't know, attentive viewers of the live stream will notice that I do put chapstick on about 3 times during every show.
Do you? I don't even notice that.
I know, I'm very sneaky about it.
Yeah, I don't.
But if you pay extra careful attention, you can see me sneaking some chapstick up to the mic.
I must, maybe this is just an Asian thing. Maybe there's a different chemical makeup where I really don't use chapstick. I don't really need it either.
I never did. And this is the thing. There's sort of a funny sort of trope that goes around about how chapstick is addicting and how if you use it for too long, you actually cease to be able to make your own moisture in your lips.
It's very withdrawals.
Very painful. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do. It's real. I've done it. And I never used chapstick in my entire life. And a few years back, maybe a little bit more than a few, I spent 3 weeks in the Grand Canyon, and I was told bring chapstick because the Grand Canyon you can really get harmed if you don't have chapstick.
Yeah, that crevasse.
Yep, it's dry, it's hot, it's painful. And so I started using chapstick for 3 weeks straight while I was in the Grand Canyon, in the canyon.
Yeah.
We were backpacking, not just staying at a hotel. And I just never stopped. Never could stop.
That's how they get you.
I know. I just
That's how they got me with the Jinkos. Just wear them. It'll be comfortable.
Jinkos.
You're going to need them. The grass is tall there.
Stay away from chapstick and Jinkos, kids.
Which, by the way, I did find a clip. I'm not going to play it. There's some random clip I found while I was putting the show together today of a guy in a pair of Jinkos, like an old man in a pair of Jinkos, leading some kind of weird dance thing in a grocery store.
Wow.
Yeah. But anyway.
The earth is healing.
The earth is slowly healing, I guess. All right. Well, let's move on. Thank you very much, Dame Madeline.
Burt's
Appreciate
Bees,
it.
by the way. Burt's Bees is my brand, just the regular peppermint. So if anybody wants to send more boxes.
Burt's Bees doesn't appreciate you endorsing their product and saying the other things you say.
No, I'm not endorsing it. By the way, this is an anti-endorsement. You start using Burt's Bees, you'll never get off the stuff.
Oh,
but if somebody wants to help me keep my monthly
your addiction
chapstick budget down, you can send me packages at
I can't tell if this is a PSA or not. Are you trying to? Okay,
it is. I'm like
the old lady with the hole
drug
in her throat.
addict.
Yeah, the cigarette lady.
trying to tell kids not to take drugs while I'm currently stuck on the drugs. You don't want to turn out like me, kids. You can't go 45 minutes without some chapstick.
All right. Thank you very much, Dame Madeline. We're going to move on here. Got to thank some more people. We got a lot more people to thank.
Keep chattering for nothing. Okay. Thank you very much, Dame Madeline.
Next up, we have Martine's Tea.
Martine's Tea. Thank you very much. Comes in with a recurring producership of 1927.
The year he was born. Thank you very much, Martine's Tea.
And I believe we have mentioned where Martine's is from, right?
I think so.
Yeah, because he sent us stories before. Martine's is our Lithuanian or Latvian?
Latvian, I think.
Latvian.
Yeah.
He's our Latvian producer. So holding it down over there. He's our first defense against the Ruskies.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks, Martins.
Yeah, thanks, Martins. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Heather Surus.
Oh, it's so fun hearing these names again. Thank you very much, Heather Surus. Comes in for 1333. And a note, welcome back, Bands and Gosel. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Hit it, Gonz.
Oh,
it is Wednesday, my dudes.
And we get a I am WACCINE and liar. Much love, Heather Surus.
Well, first off, they're also Illuminatus. And they're also on a streak, 43 episodes in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Yeah.
She's on a streak.
Women rule.
And
came in after the show started, so I forgot to put their streak.
What did they want? They wanted
I am WACCINE and liar.
I am WACCINE and liar.
Vaccine. Number one way.
Number one way.
And I didn't have the liar. Oh, that's the one I missed in the prep. Okay, I'll find the liar somewhere.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Heather Surus. It's very nice hearing from you and receiving your support as a producer. I wonder.
You're lying. You're lying about it.
Liar!
You're not thankful.
You want to put it together?
Sure. Okay.
We owe it.
We do. Okay, here we go.
Vaccine. Number one way.
Liar!
There we go. Thank you, Heather Surus.
It makes more sense when it's together. Mm-hmm. Very good. Thank you very much, Heather Surus. Next up, we have Eli P. Yes.
And we must say it that way. It's spelt with 12 E's, 4 L's. Eli P. Thank you very much, Eli, coming in with $12.99. In a note, this is a December 31st donation with fees. Happy New Year's, everybody. Gonz, you should call out Jake Paul and whoop that AZZ. LOL. Basil, it's a new year and it's time to start jiu-jitsu already.
Ooh.
It'll pay off if we make it to FEMA camps. Ooh, that's a great point.
That is a good point.
Love you guys. God bless. I actually have been scoping out some jiu-jitsu gyms around me. Yes, I'm trying to find, there's a few. Distance, anyways, when it comes to schedule, like weekly schedule, versus distance from my home, it's a little bit harder to find one that will work because a lot of the adult classes are Monday, Wednesday, Friday, which means I can't do them because of the show. One
of the things that I was looking into, what sport to get into before I got into the boxing, and I was thinking, jiu-jitsu or boxing. And one of the things with jiu-jitsu is it's very much like a one-on-one thing. You know, like if you're in like a real life situation, you can't really grapple with, 2 or 3 guys coming on you. You can't really do it. Whereas boxing, you can kind of keep people away a little bit more and multiple people away at the same time. So
I think the key is the mixed martial arts.
Yeah, you got to know a little bit of everything.
Do a little bit of boxing.
Here's an option for you though, Basil, if you want to get started in your living room. The Lightboxer VR is bringing its virtual workouts exclusively to the Quest 2. So a new way to work out in the Metaverse arrives on March 3rd. It's a home fitness brand Lightboxer.
You know what's fun? I actually do own a Quest 2 now.
That's what I'm saying. That's March 3rd. Anticipate it. You can be one of the first people in the what is this? The Lightboxer world.
For the knowers of VR stuff, I'm not currently on the Quest 2. I got it for Christmas because people in my life know that I'm a VR person now. I'm a Metaverse boy.
You're a Metaverse boy.
Yes. The fun thing about the Quest 2, the horrible thing about it is that it's Facebook and it's completely an invasion of privacy in every single way.
Put it on and Zuckerberg goes,
right. Oh, yeah. Yes. Nom, 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 nom. Just gobbles up all your data.
Yeah.
But the fun thing is that you don't need a console or a computer to run it. It just is a contained unit. So you can just go out into a field and play on VR. Anyways, there you go. Maybe I'll try it out. Thank you, Eli P.
Thank you, Eli P. Next up, we have Ebony Blaze.
Woo! Ebony Blaze in the house, coming in for 11:29. Thank you very much, Ebony Blaze. And a note, it's the final Wednesday of the year. This must have come in last year, my dudes.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Yeah, this came in a week ago, so
later. Oh, fun. You did a show that day.
I did.
You must have missed Ebony Blazes.
I either missed it or it came in like right after I was refreshing and
Okay. Well, Ebony Blaze continues. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Smiley face. Looking forward to another year of Canary. And then it cuts off somehow.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Her?
I don't know.
Was that the funny joke?
Maybe that's the joke.
The note cut off?
I don't know. PayPal said no more.
Maybe it was just like a funny thing, because the year was ending. And so she got cut off. Yeah. Anyways, whatever the case may be, thank you, Ebony Blaze.
Thank you, Ebony Blaze. Next up, we have Morv.
Morv is on a streak. Morv is one of these beautiful angels who came in every show day, and
despite not having a live show,
even though we weren't doing shows. So thank you very much. Came in 3 times, 11-11, 11-11, and a pocket full of 7s and a note. Happy New Year, CCNT family. Love y'all. Calling on the producers. I started running a fever yesterday and was having bad body aches and little energy. Woke up with a sore throat and congestion this morning to top it off. So prayers are greatly appreciated. Yeah, love y'all. Okay, let's call the producers, Gonz.
Producers, assemble!
That's right. Producers from around the world are perking up, stopping what they're doing, and taking a little bit of time to put more on the prayer list. Not feeling too great, body aches. Maybe it's the Flurona. Hopefully not. But it's that time of year. Everybody's getting sick with something. So we're praying for you, Morv, and so are the producers. Thank you so much for your producership. Did I mention he was on 38 episodes in a row?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm mentioning it again.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Morv.
Thank you, Morv. Next up, we have Sir Salmon's Night of the Fishes.
Sir Salmon's is on a streak. 10 episodes in a row, coming in for 11-11. And a note, happy Monday, all. Oh, this was for Monday's show. Hope all the holidays have been a blessing. Watched Escape from New York from 1981 last night. Whack movie filled with 80s actions nonsense and 9/11 programming. So a fun watch. Gonz even shows up. Many blessings from the fishes, y'all. Thank you very much, Sir Salmons. Oh, I forgot to put the picture in there. But yes, he has apparently you're in this movie.
I have the picture. It's up on the screen right now.
Oh, my gosh. That's offensive.
What do you mean? It's offensive that it's...
This guy is obviously Mexican.
Is he? I don't know that he is.
It's like a Mexican blanket he's got on his shoulder.
Oh,
there.
that's true. Right.
Maybe he's multiculti. It's like
maybe he is multiculti.
Melting pot situation.
Well, also he's acting, so I don't know that.
Gonz.
But
you can't act as another ethnicity, even if. Thank you very much, Sir Salmons.
All I'll say is that when I have to go bald, I have some references now. I can get the circle glasses with only one lens. I got the kind of a Fu Manchu-ish mustache / I don't know, goatee, handlebar mustache thing, a red headband. Yeah, it's good look.
Funny? This is supposed to be like I think like a apocalyptic type film, and this is like his apocalyptic outfit.
Yeah.
This is like how Gen Zs are dressing sometimes now. Maybe without the armor.
It's a whole generation,
this
man.
This is actually a pretty good look now. I think you could pull it off, Gonz.
Yeah, well, nowadays.
Yeah.
If you're not
nowadays,
if you don't have forehead tattoos, you're not
There's
cool.
no time like the present, Gonz. Thank you very much, Sir Salmons.
Thank you, Sir Salmons. And yes, great observation. I'm glad you thought of me while watching the movie. I appreciate it. All right. Next up, we have Palmer B.
Palmer B is in the house and on a streak. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
8 episodes in a row, 11-11, and a note. Thanks for the correction, Gonz. You crack me up. Please give me a Fauci. You do not know what you are talking about. Or an aliens. One never knows what state the soundboard is in. Burn, Gonz.
You do not know what you are talking about.
Right back at you.
Aliens.
Nice. Ooh, double. Holy smokes. What is this correction Palmer B is talking about?
I said it was a man.
Oh.
When it was not a man.
Again?
Apparently, yeah.
Oh, Gonz.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm a bad person.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Palmer B.
Thank you, Palmer B. Appreciate it. Next up, we have JC.
JC is on a streak. 54 episodes in a row, came in twice, both for 1001s. So let's hit that jingle twice, baby.
1001. Amen.
And again.
1001. Amen.
Yay. And a note, have either of you had any success in sharing this worldview with your fellow local church members? If so, what tactics work best? Thank you all, as always, for being consistent and diligent in your research and commentary. It is much appreciated. Another note here. It is the first Wednesday of 2022, my dudes.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Hope you guys had a blessed break from the show and are ready for all the insanity that this year has to offer. I am ready. There was a moment, probably today and yesterday, where I was a little bit fretting over how insane this year is going to be. I was just looking forward, like looking into the future, being like, oh my gosh, this is going to be exhausting. But, that's what we do here.
Yeah.
Okay, so success in sharing this worldview with local church members. You have something to say? Shall I start?
You can start, but I was curious which part of the worldview. Are we talking about Nephilim stuff? Are we talking about just news type of thing, or like what part of it?
That does need a distinction, but also not. I mean, this show mixes those two things. Yeah. But so just general tactics for me is people have all sorts of questions. If it's like, especially about news related things, most people don't say anything.
Yeah.
Most people are keeping quiet because they're afraid, but really they are interested in what's going on. And so, here's this wasn't with a church member, but this was an interesting, when I was on my way out for the Christmas season, I took an Uber, and I made this Uber driver very angry. I was I was a bad Uber person. It's my fault. I was just, rushing around, and I was not doing very good at being considerate of this Uber driver's time. And he let me know that, and that's okay. Very clear communication between two human beings, but we continued with our business relationship. And in the awkward silence of driving, somehow something was being talked about. And all I did was answer with, well, there's stuff going up at the top that we just don't know about. And this was like a secret little code that apparently unlocked for both of us the fact that we were both aware that there are indeed things going on at the top that we are not meant to know about. And the rest of the drive was fine. There was a lot of healing, and it was a wonderful experience. But the general tactic for me kind of follows those lines, which is be very aware of what they are saying and the questions specifically that they are asking. And, it's this little game of like signaling to one another. I think that the trap or the mistake that we all make and all have made in the past, which is when we have an opportunity to share the worldview, we just dump it all at once.
You do not know about CERN and the opening of the dark portals and the statues of the Dark Lord of the... Yeah, you just dump it all on.
We break out the corkboard. We break out all the red yarn. We break it down perfectly, eloquently from the top to the bottom. A perfect explanation of how the sort of spiritual powers at the top trickle down to the elite lizard people and blah, 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 blah. And, when you do it that way, it's too much. It's just too much for their brain. It's just hard because it sounds crazy, because it is pretty crazy. I mean, it's crazy that is the truth. And it's just too much. So it's the general tactic, little by little, listen to their questions. It's all about listening. Listen to the questions they ask, because a lot of times people are reaching out. I've noticed this, Gonz.
Yeah,
people are reaching out. They do want to know. They know something is off. They want to know. They want to hear more, but they don't want to jump full on 2 feet into the deep end and be totally devoured by, the lizard people talk. So, keep a lookout for little questions, little comments, stuff like that, and answer with short, little succinct answers. Don't go full nutball on them. And let them ask to be led down the path.
Right.
That,
you can't
I've
really
had a lot of success with that. It's almost zero success with the fire hose tactic. A lot of success with letting them tell me how much they are ready to hear. And, the fun part about it is once they hear a little bit, there are things at the top that we just, we're not meant to know about. And then the next question comes and you just give a little bit more, little breadcrumbs leading them down the path. And if they're ready, they will keep asking the questions. And that is the best way to do it, in my opinion.
Well, yes, I agree with you. The one thing that I noticed in his question was specifically had to do with fellow local church members. And it depends on the congregation and, where the fellow church members are at. But I've noticed just in my time, meandering around churches and stuff, whenever you you literally show scripture to people, it's always a little bit more compelling, at least in the context of within the church.
Yeah, totally.
If you're talking about genetic, because I've run into conversations with people where they're talking about genetics or DNA or something like that, and they may be a little skeptical, but they're not really sure where to go with they don't want to go full deep end, but they're kind of like, I don't know about all this DNA stuff. And then you can just bring up there's stuff in the Bible that suggests that there was some weird DNA stuff happening in the past, and then you can just point to Genesis 6 and say, here, read this. What do you think happened there? And make them kind of think about it. And so I've noticed that works. And just in terms of, the secret rooms at the top and not knowing what's going on, I usually, again, point to scripture. It's kind of the tactic here. And I use the scripture at the beginning of Age of Deceit, and I think it resonated with people. And you can use the NIV version if you're talking to your normie friends. Use the national or the New International Version, which I know some people have a problem with the publishers behind it and stuff, and I understand that. But if you're talking to a normie, it might be good to use some of their translations. How dare I say the NIV is a normie translation of the Bible?
Yeah.
But in Psalm 2, it says, "Why do the nations conspire and the peoples plot in vain? The kings of the earth rise up and the rulers band together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying," quote, let us break their chains and throw off their shackles. And the one enthroned in heaven laughs. The Lord scoffs at them. And so there's this idea that, the kings of the earth conspire against the people of God.
Right.
And so, of course, there's backroom deals happening for people against, the freedoms and the things that we would like to see as part of the kingdom of God.
Right.
But ultimately, God sort of scoffs at such things. And so we don't have to necessarily be scared of it, but being aware of it is important. And then you can get into a lot of the New Testament stuff. With the, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, the devil's arrows always trying to, so there's lots of scripture you can point to. And that, to me, in the church context, that's what has been most effective, because there's something to latch onto in the word. And it seems to resonate true because it is true. The stuff, at least more true in terms of what might be going on in the world. So,
and when it comes to the newsy stuff, make sure you're signed up to the Canary Cry News Talk newsletter, and we send all of our sources, and you will be able to give them direct corporate media, mainstream news sources that will back up a lot of the stuff you might be trying to talk about.
Right.
That's why that newsletter is a great resource. Everybody go sign up at CanaryCry.Party.
Yep.
Thank you very much, JC.
Thank you, JC.
Valuable question.
Yes. Next up, we have Child of God.
Child of God is on a streak. Now, Gonz, I noticed you missed him last episode, and so he's actually on a 34-episode streak, which means we would have missed his 33 streak, and we should give it to him now.
Are you sure about that? I think I did.
Well, it wasn't on the document. If you did do it, you did not put him on the document.
Somebody who had a 33-episode streak.
Well, I'll just play it again, because I want to hear it.
Okay.
Officially solidified Illuminated Lizard Master Show.
The most exciting streak.
That's right. Thank you very much, Child of God, supporting the show for 34 episodes in a row. And at 33, you became an Illuminated Lizard Master shill. Child of God came in a couple times, once for a pocket full of 7s and fees, and then a pocket full of 3s and fees. And there we go. Thank you very much, Child of God.
Thank you, Child of God. Next up, lost my place here. Hold on. We got Runk Smash.
Woo! And Runk Smash is on a streak. 53 episodes in a row, and he comes in with 45.61 Dogecoin, which means he is a crypto producer.
Is this a crypto? I look like I know what a crypto is.
There we go. Thank you very much, Runk Smash. And that Doge equals a pocket full of 7s in Illuminati dollars.
Yep. Next up, we have Sir Scott, Knight of Truth.
There he is. Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, is on a streak.
Oh, wait, hold on. This is the one he gets here.
Oh, yeah! Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sir Scott. Coming in 91 episodes in a row. Came in twice with 2 pockets full of 7s and a note. Happy New Year. Thank you very much, Sir Scott, Knight of Truth.
Thank you, Sir Scott. Next up, we have Lady Chrome.
Yeah. I wasn't sure exactly what to call this person because they have another note they have another name in the note. But Lady Chrome comes in with a pocket full of 7s and a note. Thanks for the shout out, guys. Did you give this person a shout out?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh my gosh, his mind is erased, folks.
We had the great calendar reset. It's
right, yeah.
It's a new year. Things are different. I can't remember things from last year. Are you crazy?
The reason I ask is because I'm wondering if she's on a streak or not. So I don't know. We'll figure this out. Thank you, Lady Chrome. I'm back. Don't worry. I'll straighten out all the kinks for
Okay.
you. I'm willing to drive anywhere to meet up with your amazing spirit-filled group of Canarians. Ah, that's great. Let the de-mooching begin. Thanks for all you do. Yeah, you've been demooched. So this must be Lady Chrome's first
I don't remember
producership. Maybe she got a shout out from a meetup report. Kind of sounds like that. Oh, this is the producer who drove from San Antonio to
the one.
Okay, yes, the champion, the hero of the South.
Yes,
we should probably be careful about that, but thank you very much. Okay, I get it. Yes, Lady Chrome, thank you. It's just the most devoted meetup attendee. Drove like 7 hours to get to a meetup and was one of 2 people who were there. So thank you very much. And yes, we'll make sure Texas producers, somebody's got to do a meetup in Texas, some sort of, well, I was going to say a central location in Texas, but the central location in Texas is probably the furthest point away from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, Joe Rogan, have a meetup.
No, that's Austin. We got to do one closer to San Antonio.
Oh, San Antonio, that's right.
The Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston
Greg
area.
Popovich.
Okay.
You don't know who that is, but he lives in San Antonio.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe he can do it.
Thank you, Lady Chrome.
Thank you, Lady Chrome. Appreciate it.
There's so many. I mean, I don't think it comes as a surprise, but most of our American listeners are in the great state of Texas, and we have yet to have a Texas meetup.
That is pretty amazing.
It's a big place, though, man. You can't just drive from one side of Texas to the other. Well, apparently Lady Chrome can.
Lady Chrome is capable.
All right. That concludes all of the producers who came in the amount of $7.77. Which entitles them to have a note read on the show, but we got a few more people to thank, starting with producer William N.
Thank you, William N.
Thank you very much. William N. comes in with $7.19. And then, of course, we've got producer Veronica D.
Veronica D.
Ooh, Veronica D's on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
67 episodes in a row. Thank you, Veronica. Next, we have Jackie Yu, who's on a streak.
Jackie Yu.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
That's right. 10 episodes in a row. 513. Thank you, Jackie Yu. Next, we have Doctor Who Done Dat.
Doctor Who Done That.
Doctor Who Done Dat just kept the producership rolling through the break there. Came in 3 times with pockets full of 3s plus fees. It's been supporting the show 38 episodes in a row. Next up, we have producer Amanda P.
Amanda P.
25 episodes in a row on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Came in twice for 3s and fees. Thank you, Amanda. Then we have Sir Casey the Shield Knight, who's also on a streak and has been supporting the show for 101 episodes in a row. Holy smokes.
Yeah. So what do we do? Do we play one of the 100 jingles? Because we played both of them for him last episode, but I can play it for him. Yeah, I did. Because
I was not there.
I know you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I want to hear him again. Play both. Whoa.
Bruh.
Fun. That is exciting. Well, thank you very much. Sir Casey came in for a pocket full of 3s. And I think there was another streak jingle as well that gets activated at 100.
Yeah, I was trying to look for that and I was having a hard time finding it, but maybe
we'll track it down. I think it was one of the most recent ones that got sent in.
Okay.
But that's okay. Why don't you give him the Lil Jon one while we're here?
All right.
Yeah! Oh, yeah!
Man, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sir Casey the Shield Knight, our longest streaking supporter, and just keeps it going. We really appreciate it, Sir Casey.
Thank you so much, Sir
And
Casey.
also very impressed. So,
yeah, that is
like that.
Commitment is your middle name.
Even just, I mean, the monetary commitment is one thing and also very impressive, and we're thankful for it. But to be able to remember to do it for 101 episodes in a row, 3 times a week, shows a mental fortitude that I can only aspire to. Thank you very much, Sir Casey. All right, next up we have Gail M., who's on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule.
67 episodes in a row, girl. Coming in twice for pockets full of 3s. Thank you very much, Gail M.
Thank you, Gail M.
Then we had, oh my gosh, the Patreon continues to be a complete bloodbath over there. Oh my gosh, the numbers came in for December. It was the most painful month we've ever had, not just in, lack of subscribers, but the exile, the exodus of Patreon subscribers. And I will say many of them just turned off Patreon to go over to the PayPal system, which we're also very grateful for. So don't worry. But we did get some new Patreon producers, Gonz.
All right.
And one of them is producer Scott J.
Thank you, Scott J.
Thank you very much, Scott J. Next up, we have Anthony M.
Anthony M.
Woo! And then last but not least, we had producer Rooster.
Rooster, huh?
Rooster, yes. In fact, Rooster pledged the end of December and then upgraded at the beginning of January. So thank you very much. Double thank you, Rooster.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, that is it. That is all of our financial producers for the show. It is a wonderful list, a long list, a wonderful way to start the year, feeling positive and excited for what this year has to bring. And so if you're ready, Gonz, I think we should thank them for their patronage and keep on with the show.
Shut up and take my money.
Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patronage.
Yes, it's wake-up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
It's Latin for many.
Tick.
Now suck your blood. Now suck
Politics.
your blood.
Geopolitics. NKnews.org. North Korea fires, quote, likely ballistic missile toward East Coast, South Korea.
What kind of legal nonsense is that? Likely ballistic missile?
Yeah, I don't know.
What are the other options?
Superman. North Korea fired a single, quote, likely ballistic missile towards its east coast on Wednesday morning, the South Korean Joint Chiefs of Staff announced in a press statement the same morning. The Japanese Ministry of Defense agreed that the DPRK fired one likely ballistic missile and said it flew, quote, around 550 kilometers or 310 miles. South Korea's Presidential National Security Council held an emergency meeting later in the morning and expressed concern about the launch, adding that the apparent ballistic missile was a short-range one. The JCS said the launch took place at 8:10 a.m. KST from an inland area. Later in the afternoon, the JCS added that the missile was likely launched from North Korea's north-central Jagang province area near the border with China. The province is where North Korea conducted its first hypersonic missile in September 2021, with South Korea initially assessing that it was a short-range missile and Japan saying it was potentially ballistic missile. Quote, our military is prepared for additional launches and is working in close cooperation with our U.S. partners to monitor the situation and maintain readiness, the JCS added. If confirmed, it would be North Korea's first missile test since it tested a submarine-launched ballistic missile in October 2021. More details such as the range and flight trajectory are expected to be announced later on Wednesday. North Korean state media typically reports on successful missile tests a day after their launch. Meanwhile, the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command said North Korea's latest missile launch did not pose a threat to the U.S. Quote, we are well aware of the ballistic missile launch and are consulting closely with our allies and partners, the command said in a statement. While we have assessed that this event does not pose an immediate threat to U.S. personnel or territory or to our allies, the ballistic missile launch highlights the destabilizing impact of the DPRK's illicit weapons program. The ruling Workers' Party of Korea just wrapped up a 5-day plenum at the end of December where leader Kim Jong-un said the development of new, quote, modern weapons would be, quote, powerfully propelled without a moment's delay. It's so poetic. North Korea has not typically launched missiles in early January. Hey, what are you doing, North Korea? It's not missile launching season.
It's not missile season.
Its earliest major weapons test in a calendar year during the Kim Jong-un era was a nuclear test conducted on January 6th, 2016.
Ooh, January 6th.
Yeah, Insurrection Day. The country conducted multiple missile and weapons tests in 2021, but none of the state media reports about those launches, said North Korea leader Kim Jong-un guided the tests in person.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Did not personally. He wasn't riding the missile like a cowboy or something. Okay. Cool.
You know what this is?
No.
And you shall hear wars and rumors of wars. Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. That's funny. I mean, every time they tested a missile while Trump was president, it was like a personal failure by Trump.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Trump because a friend sent me this photo.
You?
Yeah, a friend sent me this photo, and I don't know what to make of it. It's Kim Jong-un and Trump. And can you describe the rest of what's happening here? This is I don't know if this is photoshopped or what.
Sure.
Do you see it?
Oh, yeah, the skateboard. Yeah, that is photoshopped, of course. Yeah, this was when Trump went over there and visited and crossed the South Korea North Korea border, the little no man's land they have there. And it was a big moment, with Trump's diplomatic work with North Korea that apparently was evil for some reason.
So
yes,
the skateboard is photoshopped. Okay, I'm kind of trying to figure out what is photoshopped, and I'm like, oh, okay, the skateboard. Got it.
The skateboard is photoshopped. Yes, it's and for those who are just listening, it's the photo of Donald Trump stepping over the concrete border between South and North Korea, with Kim Jong-un sort of holding out his hand, ushering him in. Somebody has delightfully photoshopped a skateboard underneath Donald Trump's foot. Very funny.
Yeah, you can tell. Yeah, I was looking for it earlier and I couldn't tell the tell or the giveaway. But yeah, now that I'm looking at it, you can clearly see the skateboard was added in after the fact. But yeah,
yes.
it's a
fake
funny
news,
picture.
Gonz.
Well, no, I knew it was fake. I just
fake news.
I thought it was funny.
It was funny
because you brought up that point, and this is a. I don't know. I'm always
unless it's controlled opposition.
Oh, true.
And they just want you to think that Trump didn't skateboard across the South Korea, North Korea border.
Oh, I thought it was the misinfo campaign to make people think Kim Jong-un is a good guy.
No, it's the thing I said.
Okay.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know if there's much more to go on this, but
what I was going to say to wrap up the story was, I am not 100% certain what the role of North Korea is in terms of the big, global New World Order thing. It feels like they're just kind of letting them be.
They're kind of just doing their own thing.
That's what I'm saying. But
it's hard to really tell. I would say the most reliable independent reporting or reports or analysis that I've taken in over the years of North Korea is that they really are just want to do their own thing.
Yeah, they want to develop their nation.
Yeah, and they want to make weapons because that's what nations do. They kind of have this idea that they can be self-sufficient, and to be self-sufficient, you got to have a good military, and et cetera, et cetera. But that being said, you cannot ignore their connections with China. I mean, they have very close ties with China.
Well, that's what I was thinking. It's almost like they're allowed to be quote unquote rogue, but only in the sense that they're very much building the nation in the 1900s, post World War II mentality.
Well, it's a horrible place to be. I mean, it's very filled with suffering and horrible place to live. But they're sort of protected by China. That's why nobody messes with them, is because China kind of babysits them and helps them along. And they supply, North Korea. Unfortunately, this is sad, but it is sort of reliably reported that North Korea supplies, organs and sex slaves to the Chinese.
Yeah.
And in return, the Chinese, China is North Korea's biggest trade partner. In fact, I think they're their only trade partner. So they're just kind of a little Chinese mini-me. Yeah. And who knows, who knows what the long-term plan is there.
Yeah, it's Kim Jong-un, little G.
Yeah, right. Okay, speaking of standoffs, got this story from DelawareOnline.com.
Hold on, we must properly introduce the story.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
DelawareOnline.com, local news source up in Delaware here. Rain doesn't stop climate change march to Biden's Greenville home New Year's Day.
Uh-oh.
Watch out, Biden. And there's a little video at the top here showing, people marching down a rainy street holding some picket signs. There's maybe 30 people.
Yeah, there's the photo I'm looking at has like 10 people in it. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a very small crowd, but enough to make it into the Delaware Online newspaper. The rain pattered on the pop-up tents lined along Center Road as dozens of people crowded beneath them, preparing for the half-mile trek. Half-mile trek. Come on, guys. President Joe Biden's Greenville home. Saturday marked the final day of the week-long Occupy Biden event.
Ooh, Occupy Biden.
Occupy Biden, where dozens of people from various organizations in multiple states had camped out at 909 Center Road since Christmas Day, calling for Biden to act now on climate change. Neither wind nor rain prevented nearly 50 people marching along Barley Mill Road on New Year's Day to call on Biden to declare a climate emergency and require all federal agencies to oppose any new fossil fuel-related projects.
Oh, my gosh.
Quote, today is the 8th day that we've been out here for Occupy Biden, and we are calling on the president to take executive action on climate by declaring a climate emergency and directing federal agencies to oppose new fossil fuel projects. University of Delaware senior Anthony Chan said to cheers and applause because, quote, because with a stroke of a pen, he could just do that. The event was born out of a walk for our grandchildren, and then it gives some history about where these people came from. So, I actually am loving this, Gonz. I don't know how you feel. I know sort of the general, the go-to, the default reaction is to be like, oh, these silly climate change people, these silly crunchy activists marching in the rain, don't like Biden climate change people. But I am actually loving this a lot. And let me tell you why. So the majority of liberal-leaning or Democrat voters who voted for Biden, obviously by the numbers, the majority of them are not happy with Biden at this point. But they also are the types who claim to care about the climate. You ask any Democrat, they'll say that is one of the most important things and we're all going to die. But only 50 people, true believers, Gonz, true believers who are not letting their love for Biden blind them to what they believe is the case. And if you do truly believe that the world is going to end tomorrow if Biden doesn't ban fossil fuels, there is no other thing to do than to spend your Christmas and New Year's and all the days in between camping in the rain to make a point to Biden to march to a house that he is not even in. I don't believe. Maybe he is. I doubt it. To march to just a building that just has Biden's name on it to make one of these big old points. These people really sacrificed a big week of their life from Christmas to New Year's to really stand up for what they believe in. And I believe that these people believe in. And I like these people more than I like the general sort of liberal Democrat who, votes for Biden, says he's the best. Daddy Biden, save us. We love you. We love you. But also Please forgive my student loans. Please forgive my student loans. I'm not. I mean, the earth is burning and Biden can fix it, but it's Christmas. I'm not going to do anything about it. Let the world burn for one more week while I just enjoy my sort of capitalist, consumerist society, secular Christmas, and stay warm by the fire. These people, these dozens of people, really believe and really did something about it. And for that, I commend them. I don't agree with them, but they really are standing up for something. And they're not letting the politics, the partisan politics, get in the way.
Okay.
That's how I feel, Gonz.
All right. That's very generous. You are finding the silver lining here.
Thank you.
Because I would argue that this is...
Well, I would argue, if I'm not being that generous, this is basically a non-story.
Well, it seems to me that any kind of activism that gets highlighted against established politicians or institutional leaders or whatever, a lot of it is this climate activist thing. This is the same sentiment as the Greta. This is the Greta sentiment. Yeah. So it's interesting how that's the only protest that really gets highlighted in this time when there's like massive violent protests happening across the world. They're like, Occupy Biden,
Well, that's a good point. However, this is a small story on a small Delaware newspaper. So I don't know. I don't think this is getting reported much other places.
It's not, but it could be a kind of, you got to start small if you really want. The lizard people can't, they can't just spoon feed everything. They got to let the people build it a little bit. So maybe it's some of that. And I don't understand these climate change people because Biden he basically said the climate thing is an issue. I think they agree with these
but he
climate
hasn't done anything about it, Gonz.
But he said it.
You could fix it with the stroke of a pen.
That's a magical pen, I tell you that.
It's a magic pen.
Biden said this.
Armageddon's on the way.
I mean, what more do you want from the president? He said Armageddon's it's on its way.
Yeah. Well, you know what I love these people because they recognize that Biden is a corporate shill at his core. He's a corporate shill, a status quo corporate Democrat who does not actually care about these activist issues. And the Build Back Better bill, he tore out everything that he promised to do. Everything from the college Oh my gosh, did you report on the college what is it? Student loan forgiveness debacle?
No.
Oh, the student loan forgiveness debacle. First, he's saying, okay, we're unpausing the payments. It's because student loans had paused payments for the pandemic. It was a Trump policy, by the way. Trump policy, paused student loan payments. And then Biden gets all the points for just not canceling the Trump policy.
Yeah, it's just a common thing that happens in politics between parties. Yeah.
They were set to end at the end of the year, and he wasn't doing anything about it. He wasn't extending them. People were begging him. There was protests. There was picket signs to extend the student loan repayment pause, and he wouldn't do it. And then suddenly, right before Christmas, he says, okay, I'll extend the student loan forgiveness until March. I'll give you 3 more months. And people were like, okay, that's not really a lot, but okay, hopefully I don't catch COVID by March and die and
okay,
because after that I really will be in trouble. And then he got a little bit of praise for that in the media, and then literally 2 days later he says, oh no, just kidding, I'm not pausing it. It's January 1st. Start paying your bills, kids.
Wow.
So he gave it to him and then took it away. And so they hate him for that. They hate him. He stripped everything he promised out of the Build Back Better bill. Still couldn't get it passed. We're talking about, the free preschool, the free childcare stuff, the this, the that, literally everything. His entire campaign promise, every single one of them got stripped out of Build Back Better, where it was basically just a privatization, more privatization of infrastructure. And so, no, so a Democrat who still likes Biden is one who absolutely does not pay attention, does not care about anything or anyone, and just does it for virtue signaling. So when I see Democrats and activists coming out against Biden, at least we know that they are paying attention and they're not simply under the thrall of the Democrat Party. That's why I like these people.
Okay, yeah.
I keep going on these rants. I don't mean to go so long.
No,
rants,
it's okay.
But,
it makes sense, but also divide and conquer.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say. Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
All right. This one was kind of interesting, too. This is news24.com. Suspect arrested in connection with Parliament fire. You hear about this?
I did.
A 49-year-old suspect was nabbed in connection with the fire at Parliament on Sunday. The Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Patricia de Lisle, confirmed the arrest late on Sunday afternoon. Quote, according to the report from the police, he was arrested inside Parliament. She addressed the media alongside Parliament's Deputy Speaker, Lechesa Senoli. The pair urged South Africans to allow law enforcement time to investigate. The man is expected in court on Tuesday. De Lisle explained that a fire drill, was conducted before Parliament went on recess, quote, and everything was in order. However, the minister said, quote, what was discovered this morning is that somebody has closed one of the valves, and so then there was no water to trigger that automatic sprinkler system coming on. CCTV footage revealed that somebody was in the building from the early hours of Sunday morning. De Lisle confirmed that the police docket was handed over to the Hawks for further investigation, explaining, it is the role of the Hawks to investigate any attack on political institutions.
Cool name.
The Hawks.
Yeah, that's way cooler than our alphabet soup.
Yeah. Meanwhile, President Ramaphosa praised firefighters and government officials for acting speedily. He said, quote, we should be grateful that the National Assembly has not been raised to the floor. Our officials have really acted with great capability and speed. Firefighters are battling to contain the blaze at Parliament in Cape Town. The fire broke out on Sunday morning. Authorities were alerted to the blaze at 5:03 a.m., which is believed to have started in the old Assembly building. A fire broke out in the same building in March 2021. It goes out a little
Yeah, they just
longer.
keep trying to burn the sucker down.
I know, it's just...
So, have you heard the background on this?
A little bit. The article goes into a little bit more, but what did you have? What was...
So, and maybe, I'm kind of piecing it together from a couple other articles that I read over the past week. And so maybe you might be able to correct me on this, but my understanding is a while further back in South Africa. So they have their Parliament building, and then they have their old Parliament building. It's where Parliament used to be, but is still sort of like a landmark, and I think some sort of government stuff goes on in there. I think it was like a week ago during some protests, that building was set on fire. And there was a statement put out by one of the protesters or whatever that said, if you don't make the changes, if you don't do the blah, 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 I think it had something to do with COVID. By the way, keep in mind, I'm pulling this from the archives that I was not planning on reporting on. So this could be corrected. So they set the old Parliament building on fire and made a statement saying, hey, if you don't start changing things, I think it was about COVID. If you don't stop taking away our freedoms, if you don't stop doing this, if you don't stop doing that, we're going to set the real Parliament building on fire. This was just a warning. And so when I read this, I was like, wow, they really followed through with that warning.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't think it was mentioned in the article.
That's what made me suspicious that I have it wrong, because it seems like they would mention that. Well,
double checking.
we'll look
here.
into it.
I'm looking for it. I couldn't find anything while you were talking, but
crazy things are happening down there in South Africa.
Yeah,
People are like,
at the very least,
taking things very seriously.
Yeah, well, that was this is ground zero for Omicron, and the lockdowns and everything were pretty bad. So it's just very interesting that we're a couple days into the year and already they're trying to burn down Parliament again.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's not a model for what's to come here. Although I don't know if certain government, like if the White House burned down, depending on who's in office.
Oh my gosh! That would be a nightmare.
It would be a nightmare.
The whole country would break out in violence.
Yeah, it would be bad. It's kind of a piggybacking on the politics section here. We got a little NEWSOM science update.
It's NEWSOM science, baby! Ha!
Los Angeles Times, how will California's new laws affect you? And for some reason, the LA Times has plugin capabilities blocked, so I couldn't highlight anything. Which is kind of weird. I tried.
That is weird.
I turned off the JavaScript and stuff, and it still didn't let me. This is a really long list of a bunch of new laws that came into effect in California, but I'll read some of them here because it's the pandemic stuff is specifically very interesting. The COVID-19 pandemic. Real
quick, sorry to interrupt. This Parliament building has been set on fire 2 times in the last 2 days.
Oh, wow.
On the 3rd. So, yeah, they just keep setting this thing on fire.
That's one way to do it, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, if at first you don't succeed.
Yeah. All right, so this LA Times article. The COVID-19 pandemic continued to slow the pace of governing California in 2021 as it did the year before, with the second fewest number of bills approved by the legislature of any year since 1967. Hallelujah to that. What we need is less legislature, trailing only the record low number ratified in 2020. In all, Governor Gavin Newsom considered 836 bills covering a range of topics, a mix of proposals prompted by the current COVID crisis, as well as items that have been hotly debated for years. Newsom vetoed 66 of the bills that made it to his desk. Is that why? Is that because there's 66 books in the Bible? Antichrist Newsom?
Ooh.
That's my little commentary. The Times' list highlights 43 noteworthy new laws for 2022, including several that were approved years earlier but are only taking effect now. Most of those listed take effect on New Year's Day. As in past years, the list mostly reflects the interests of the Democrats, who hold a supermajority of seats in both the state Senate and Assembly. Some of the most notable new laws make significant changes to criminal justice, law enforcement oversight, and health care. So here's the COVID-19 stuff, the new laws in California.
Okay.
Health insurance companies must offer free COVID-19 testing to their customers, eliminating surprise fees and guaranteeing access to tests and vaccinations even when someone is out of their healthcare provider's network.
Yeah, good.
Okay, so does that mean you don't have to be under that healthcare network to get a test or a vaccine?
Oh, it just means, you don't have to find a doctor's office that is covered by your insurance, that your insurance will cover any test.
Oh, okay. So you still have to have insurance.
You got to have insurance, but they can't tell you not to go to one place or another.
All right. I thought they were saying make sure you, provide testing to your customers, but also people that aren't your customers.
Oh, no.
So anybody can walk up and.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what a dream come true if it wasn't just for COVID.
Yeah. Next here, this is a couple big ones. Anyone who protests at a vaccination clinic must keep a distance from any patients who are within 100 feet of its entrance. Failure to do so could result in a fine of $1,000 and up to 6 months in jail.
That's interesting. Keep a distance. They don't tell how much distance.
They say 100 feet.
No, they refer to patients who are within 100
feet of the entrance, yeah.
So the patients are within 100 feet, but it doesn't say here how far away you got to stay from those patients.
I'm sure the law in there has some kind of thing. 6 feet. That would be funny if it's just 6 feet after all this. Abroad, this is another law. Abroad, wait, hold on. Let me skip to, because they do this in a weird order here.
Okay.
Protesters can't videotape, photograph, or otherwise record patients or providers within 100 feet of reproductive clinics. The new law also bans sharing those images online.
Yeah, so you can't dox people getting abortions.
Yeah, or, because I've seen this might affect certain Christian people that have YouTube channels or like anti-abortion type of stuff. If they go in front of abortion centers to like interview people or protest, and they document that, they're not allowed to post that on their YouTube channel or something now.
Sounds like it. Maybe unless they get permission or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, this I could see why this would be logical. They just don't want people doxing people getting abortions because I could see that there's a healthcare privacy issue with that.
You're a baby killer. A broad array of services provided by Medi-Cal, California's healthcare program for low-income residents, will be available to all income-eligible adults age 50 and over, regardless of immigration status, beginning on Illuminati Day, May 1st.
Oh, fun. Yeah, okay, Medi-Cal for
everybody over 50.
For undocumented people.
Yep.
Free insurance, there it is.
I know, yep. There's electronic cigarette thing, cosmetic manufacturer stuff, there's housing stuff. The ghost gun thing, that was a big one.
I was reading that. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Let's see. There's a few minor ones. Oh, here's another one. Following the patterns of other liberal states, judges can order probation instead of time behind bars for more crimes related to the possession of drugs such as heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine. They also have new discretion in reducing prison time for gang-related crimes.
Okay, wow, that's a weird one to throw in there.
Yeah.
I was going to say the sort of one step towards decriminalization of drugs is not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but decriminalizing gang crime is different.
But I think
a little bit of a different.
I think they're trying to suggest that a lot of gang-related crimes have to do with drug possession.
Oh, of course.
So maybe that's what they're trying to say. But yeah, I agree. It's kind of like, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamines, you won't be busted, or you won't get locked up for too long.
Yeah, as a good libertarian who believes that adults should be able to do whatever they want as far as what they eat. I gotta give some support to that, but I don't know about the gang violence thing. It's kind of an extra little gimme there at the end.
Yeah. Let's see. There's no longer distinction in the state law for spousal rape. Everyone's considered if you get convicted, it doesn't matter.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Here we go. Beginning in July, untraceable ghost guns can be seized by law enforcement officers while executing a temporary gun violence restraining order.
That I didn't know there needed to be a law about. Were they not allowed to confiscate ghost guns beforehand?
No. If they're called ghost guns, isn't it because they couldn't find him?
Well, that's what I mean. If they're doing a gun violence restraining order and they're searching the house, they find the Glock that has the serial number. That one's traceable. Okay, take that one. But then they find the 3D printed ghost gun and they're like, "Oh no, we got to leave that.
We can't do anything.
Not allowed to take that away.
Change the law, NEWSOM. We want to take all the guns." Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of it's weird. It's probably a technicality.
You know what I don't really trust? The summary is being given by the Los Angeles Times here.
Oh, trust me, this is very much not as accurate as probably the actual bills.
Yeah.
Courts can now use state income tax records along with voting and driver's license registration to call someone for jury duty. Okay.
I didn't know how they did that in the first place.
I don't know. I like how it's like, yeah, we track you anyway, but now we can track you more.
Yeah, that sounds like the jury duty is not the only thing that they're going to be using those records for.
No. There's a lot of laws for police that are, very woke kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The George Floyd, there's the police techniques that involve serious risk of positional asphyxia are now illegal. Law enforcement officers can lose their badge for serious misconduct, including excessive force. racial bias and dishonesty, excessive force. Like, what if you're required to use excessive force to defend yourself, though? In a situation
that's what the word excessive is for.
Okay.
If you use too much force than is needed. This one's kind of fun. California death certificates will offer a choice of non-binary in the marking of their deceased person's gender.
Yep,
dead people get their gender equality.
Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah, minimum wage $15.
There's a lot of useless stuff in here.
It's a lot. The main stuff I wanted to hit on was at the beginning there. So there's not much more to this other than
this is an interesting one. Restaurants may continue outdoor dining options where alcohol is served for an additional year once the pandemic emergency orders are lifted. So
you don't have to take down your outdoor eatery that you put together with the.
Yeah, that makes me wonder what in the world they're going to make them pack it up and pack it inside. I don't understand.
No. They're saying that you don't have to pack it up for a year.
Oh, I know. But I'm just saying, before this law happened, were they going to have to pack it up?
I have no idea. But it suggests
California restaurants can continue to sell to-go cocktails with food orders.
Oh, yay.
For 5 more years. Oh, that's a permanent thing, baby. To-go cocktails in California are sticking around.
The state will allow veterinarians to operate community canine blood banks to provide supplies for ailing pets while setting timelines to eventually phase out the controversial use of blood drawn from caged dogs and pet hospitals. Think outside the cage, pups.
Okay.
Let me just.
That's enough. Did you have any other ones you wanted to read?
No, not California. Let me just tag this on because we're talking about new laws in 2022. This is WPXI.com. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App must report payments of $600 or more to IRS.
Oh, they got that in there.
It starts now. It's happening now. So if somebody sends us, a knighthood, that information gets sent to the IRS now.
But per transaction?
Anything over $600.
Through PayPal. And is that federal or is that California?
I think this is federal, man.
Where are you seeing this?
A tax law that takes effect January will require third-party payment processors like PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App to report a user's business transactions. It says business transactions, so maybe there's a
we're not
ours
are not business transactions.
Okay,
ours are donations.
Exceed $600 a year. Okay, maybe we're still good.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay, before the third-party payment apps are required to report gross income for users who exceed $20,000 or who had 200 separate transactions within a calendar year. The information is reported on Form 1099-K. From 1099-K is used to report the blah, 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 blah. The $600 rule...
we're family and friends, baby.
The $600 rule applies to payments received for goods and services transactions. For instance, if you sell on Etsy or eBay... Okay, all right.
We ain't selling nothing here, folks.
We're in that loophole then.
Well, it's not a loophole, Gonz. The law just doesn't apply to us.
Okay.
Because we're not selling business. We're not selling things.
Well, isn't that technically a loophole? If it's not a law.
No, a loophole is a way to sneak through a law. Just not having the law apply to you is not a loophole.
Okay.
The law simply does not apply to us in that case.
Got it. All right. Well, if you're in business and you're doing online business, be prepared to have all your financial transactions.
Yeah, as if they didn't already do that.
Yeah, this is all set up for the CBDC.
They do already do that, by the way.
Yeah, this is all CBDC
but they don't
stuff.
do it per transaction. They do it at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So not much of a change, actually. Okay, let's talk about drones.
Ooh, drones.
Drone strikes have saved lives.
Can we shoot them down if over our property?
Drones.
It's coming from Bloomberg Opinion. And let me clear my throat. The second drone age is here, and it's a free-for-all.
The second drone age, huh?
It's the second drone age, and it's a free-for-all, Gonz. No teams allowed. Every drone for themselves. The pandemic has already given the future a distinctly dystopian look. Thank you, Bloomberg. And then there's this, the burgeoning of the second drone age. That's how experts are describing the international drone market, which ranges from tiny startups selling $1,000 to $2,000 off-the-shelf technology that can be easily weaponized by terrorist groups like the Taliban to high-tech unmanned vehicles that can carry laser-guided munitions and Hellfire missiles. Whoa, that escalated quickly, didn't it?
We're all gonna die.
Like, oh yeah, you can buy a little drone for your kid and, just fly around, have a little camera on it, take some family photos, and then the Taliban will use it.
The terrorists will get you using drones.
It's an even more highly autonomized proliferation of the first age of drones, which has been dominated by the U.S. since its first attack using a remote piloted craft in 2001. Now, it's an ungoverned, unregulated space with billions of dollars to be made and thousands of lives at stake. Wow. Unregulated, huh?
Epic.
Ungoverned and unregulated.
It is regulated.
Actually, really highly
It's
regulated.
super regulated. You can't just fly drones around anywhere.
Yeah, you can't. There's so many government organizations are in charge of regulating drones. You can't. Yeah, but this is stupid. The deadly shortcomings of this high-tech violence were placed squarely in the public eye with the U.S. drone strike in Kabul on August 29th that targeted terrorists, but instead killed 10 Afghan civilians, including 7 children. It was a failure of military intelligence, and like so many other civilian fatalities of the U.S. air wars, including those featured in a New York Times investigation published in December, there was no finding of wrongdoing against those involved. Yeah, because if there was wrongdoing, that would inevitably trace back to Biden. You remember that drone strike?
Yeah.
It was in the midst or at the tail end of pulling out of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And Biden was like, oh, everybody thinks I'm weak. They think I'm letting the terrorists win. Oh, we'll just throw in a little drone strike to show everybody that I'm still a tough guy.
Yeah.
Whoops, killed 10 kids. Oopsie daisies. And the guy wasn't a terrorist. In fact, he worked for an American charity bringing water to children around the city. Ooh, I should have thought about that one. Whoopsie daisies. Transformation of defense operations has been far-reaching. 102 countries now run active military drone programs. It's replaced thousands of troops on the ground with controllers behind computers located in bases far away from the airstrikes they are launching. In the U.S., fewer troop deaths mean less pressure at the ballot box, there it is, and less congressional oversight. It allows leaders of many countries and the proxies that support them to get away with what amounts to murder, often of their own citizens, as we've seen in the conflicts in Syria and Yemen. All of this is happening without any overarching regulatory regime to protect civilian populations and uphold humanitarian laws, or to examine the operational and tactical ramifications of this remote control warfare. Well, that's what worries experts like Paul Lushenko, a U.S. Army lieutenant colonel and a PhD scholar at Cornell University. Drones are not just a form of war, but a tool of unregulated intrastate political violence, Lushenko told me, representing a dystopian view, this is a quote, dystopian view of what's developing right now. Sounds like they should have just been listening to this show for the past few years.
Yeah, well, not everyone can get around to that.
No, I guess not. Mr. Lushenko doesn't have an extra 12 hours to listen to podcasts a week. Lushenko, who co-edited the newly released Drones and Global Order, Implications of Remote Warfare for International Society, with Srinjoy Bosi, a senior lecturer in international relations at the University of New South Wales, and William Maley, an emeritus professor at the Australian National University, is just one of many advocating for better regulation and more public scrutiny of drone operations. The U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in August provides an ideal moment for that post-mortem, he notes. There has been some attempt at oversight. The Missile Technology Control Regime, an informal political understanding among 35 members, seeks to limit the proliferation and trade in missiles and missile technology, which arguably covers attack drones, but there's no enforcement mechanism, Lushenko says. It's certainly not equipped to regulate armed and networked drones, which can take as many as 200 people to operate, including those controlling them from the U.S., as well as launching them from bases abroad. Drones are a gateway technology. Ooh. feel like we've been, yeah. Well, there you go.
We were told about gateway drugs when we were kids.
Yes.
Now we have gateway technology.
I think it's a good analog.
Mm-hmm.
Drones are a gateway technology, Agnes Calamard noted in June as she marked the end of her 5 years as the United Nations Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial, summary, or arbitrary executions. They've opened up the door to weaponized artificial intelligence, algorithmic and robotic warfare, and loosened human control over the deployment of lethal force. Today's armed drones, she wrote, are tomorrow's killer robots.
Oh, no.
She says the absence of a control mechanism for a new generation of weapons of mass destruction represents a significant threat. Calamard, now the Secretary General of Amnesty International, has called for a specific drone technology control regime and says nations should establish a multilateral process to develop standards for the design, export, and use of drones, as well as stricter controls on the transfer of military technology. Sales agreements, and says should include civilian protection and adherence to international human rights and humanitarian law. You know, it's so cute that Amnesty International thinks that they can, put together a regime.
Yeah, I was going to say,
a council.
We need police drones to police the drones.
Yes, right, exactly. And it's like, okay, you have huge nations fighting one another with drones, robots in the skies, robots of doom, and what? Amnesty International is going to do what about it? It's like,
we will have our own police drones policing the world.
Okay, kids, play nice. Do good drones. Don't do a bad drone. We're Amnesty International. This gaping hole in the international oversight has allowed major powers like the U.S. to flout global norms, like the U.S. drone strike that killed the commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps elite Quds Force, Qasem Soleimani, in Iraq in January 2020. Come on, that was Trump's one kill. This is the one kill that he could brag about. Large-scale manufacturers now negotiate sales directly with prospective buyers who have clear military and security uses in mind. It's seen Turkey emerge as a drone superpower in the sector, which market intelligence firm BIS Research estimated was worth $28.5 billion in 2021.
Is that the Bank of International Settlements Research?
Oh,
BIS?
It must be. Yeah, it must be.
Okay.
Yeah, we've talked about them before. We're almost done here. The U.S. has already expressed its concerns over Turkey's sale of weaponized drones to Ethiopia, where the government of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed Ali is suspected of using them against rebel forces in the Tigray region in a civil war that's killed thousands of civilians and forced more than 2 million people to flee their homes. The conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region saw Azerbaijan emerge as the clear victor using Russian, Turkish, Israeli, and indigenous drones.
Indigenous drones. Wow.
Love it. To overpower its neighbors' less sophisticated military.
Oh, you mean like all of history when people with better technology win over those with less technology?
Exactly.
Wow. Compelling.
This is it's a very interesting sort of activism that they are talking about here. It's drone activism.
It's it is anti-war, but it's very specific to the drone topic. It's interesting.
Yeah, and to what end?
Yeah,
I mean,
the point. Global order. That's
the ends are okay. Everybody use the same drone. Nobody can have a better drone than the other guy. Seriously, how ridiculous! What?
We need rules for the international drone warfare.
And I'm just saying it's ridiculous in the context of international wars, international disputes and warfare. It's very indicative of our day where there is a group of people saying, okay, well, don't not do war, I guess. But if you're going to do war, everybody gets the same guns, okay? Is none of this unfairness where the U.S. has all the coolest guns and they fight somebody who doesn't have the coolest guns. Play nice. Everybody gets the same guns. It's just sort of, I don't know. It's just like the most absurd thing I've probably heard in a while. All this illustrates the size of the logistical challenges facing the Biden administration and its plans for the over-the-horizon strategy in Afghanistan. Okay. The policy depends on other countries agreeing to house U.S. bases to enable Washington to continue its counterterrorism efforts, including the use of armed drones. But without regulation and oversight, the only certainty here is that the technology will continue to advance everywhere. There will be more civilian casualties, and no one will be held accountable. So there you go.
We can always jail the robots.
Look, yeah, we are the first ones to say that drones and robots and artificial intelligence are going to kill us all, and
We're all gonna die.
It's just gonna happen. But yeah, I mean, this attempt to like parent superpowers is a very noble yet ridiculous goal.
It is interesting, and I harken back to this idea that there's a spiritual conspiracy, because these nations, especially like the aggressive ones, I guess it's more of a preservational type of thing, depending on the region and depending on the purpose of the drones. But if you're being offensive, using it with force, part of the agenda would be in the vacuum, like the U.S., for example. Yeah. We're trying to be the kings of the New World Order. We are the mighty United States. We will maintain military might over the world, right? There's that concept. But then the solution is we need to form a world alliance, a world government of sorts to fight off these this one group trying to take over the world. It is this weird like throne game. I'm sorry. There's a show called Game of Thrones.
Throne Game.
I didn't watch the show, but
you can say Game of Thrones. That'll actually be a much more triggering reference.
But it is kind of that, where these different, even the people that are against this violence is calling for some kind of global organization,
authority.
Yeah, global authority to come step in and do the right thing. It is very fascinating how no matter what, it's like, oh, we got to get that world. One world system in place. It's just a matter of who are going to be the controllers, who's going to be at the top.
Game of Drones. How did we miss that?
Game of Drones. I think somebody used that in a title.
Subdue Light. Thank you very much. Subdue Light.
I feel like somebody used that in their title.
Don't take this from Subdue Light. He's a genius.
All right,
and a gentleman.
Game of Drones. There you go. And do you got anything else on that? You were going to say something.
No. I mean, it's just, there you go. The second age of drones. It's not just about more deadly drones, but it's about babysitting the drones.
Yes.
All right. You want to thank some more people?
Let's do it.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
This is the second break. Yes, we still don't do commercials. We just take breaks, and we like to thank people, especially the producers. We took the first break thanking our producers who came in with their treasure. In the second break, we thank the producers who come in with their time and talents, because Canary Cry News Talk is a place for therapeutic reflection on our troubling world, and we do it with art and music to express those concerns and feelings, and we like to have fun with it as well. And so, we're going to thank some of our producers who came in with their time and talent to start that off. We're going to thank Jade Bouncerson for doing the timestamps for episode 428. Thank you very much, Jade Bouncerson. And she sent a very nice note, kind of wrapping up the year, saying how it's been a lot of fun to, listen to the show and, be a part of it with the family and everything else. So
that's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see here. Something. Pulling up email stuff from the wrong thing. Okay. There you go. So yes, thank you very much, Jade Bouncerson, for the timestamps. And it is time to highlight.
Is that Jade Bouncerson note to be read on the air, or is that just for us?
I could read it.
I don't care either way. I just, was just wondering.
Yeah, let me find it, and I can definitely read it on air, but it'll just take me a second to find it.
It's taking me a second, too.
I got it. Okay, the note says, honored to be providing the final timestamps of 2021. Great show again today, Gonz. That was me going solo. I hope you and your family have a wonderful long weekend. Enjoy some much-deserved rest and family time together. So, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
Yep, there you go. Thank you very much, Jade Bouncerson. And yeah, we're going to thank some people who came in with some jingles.
We have a new jingle.
And coming in first is Psalm 40. Yes, Psalm 40. And let me see here. Oh, I'm trying to pull up the note. I'm sorry. I'm having a little breakdown of the email here. Why is the internet so slow? I was watching some other live stream and they were having problems with their internet too. Maybe the cyber pandemic is upon us.
Has begun.
Yeah. Where happened to that email? I'm sorry. I had this all ready to go and then it's all missing again. Okay. Psalm 40. With a note. Peace be with you, brothers. Here's track 4, The Corruption, Part 2, Body. Track 5 and 6 are both some favorites, so it's been really hard for me to hold back and stick to one song a week. A good friend of the community, Yahweh Janitor, has made his services available to this project. As a legit musical instructor, we hope his offered experience and equipment makes this orchestration more attractive and presentable. God bless, and I pray we all have an exceedingly fruitful new Gregorian year. So there you go. Let me play for you this track here, The Corruption. It's we'll play the whole thing at the end of the show, but let me get this here going. Get a little bit. It's got a little intro here, and we'll let it kick in, and then we'll play the rest at the end of the show.
Vibes.
Kicking in right here. It'll kick in even more.
Ooh.
Man began to multiply on the face of the land, and daughters were born to them. The sons of God saw that the daughters of man were attractive, and they took as their wives any they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh. His days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men.
There you go. Again, we'll play the whole thing at the end of the show.
The Lord saw.
Great. Love it. Thank you very much, Psalm 40.
Yep, appreciate it.
Can't wait to hear the whole thing.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much for that. And also, he part of the note here, I'll respond to you, Psalm 40. I was actually writing the email in response. I'll send that to you. He had some just personal kind of questions about stuff. So,
yeah.
All right. Next up here, we have a piece from Learbag 3000. And he's got a note. He actually sent a couple things, but here's a note. Hi, friends. After the accidental streak giveaway last ep, thought this might be a necessity. Made an anti-streak jingle for any future mix-ups. And file 1 is for the boys, file 2 for the ladies. Although I'm only seeing one file in the email. Maybe
there was another email.
Oh, it was a second. Okay, all right. Now I understand what's happening here. Okay, so I have the first one here. So here's the first one.
Not on a streak.
Just reverses the whole thing here.
Man, did you give away a whole bunch of streaks that day or something?
No. I think I messed up on
something
one.
Something must have happened.
No, I think there was one where I wasn't sure if they were on a streak or not, and I gave it to him anyway. So I think that's what that was.
I don't know, guys.
And here it is. I believe this was for the ladies.
Not on a streak.
You're so
That's funny. Okay, well, now we have a corrective measure, a corrective tool.
Yeah. Nothing fancy on these. Hope y'all had a great new year, and with the assumingly mutual feeling that 2022 will be the year of mandates, I leave you with Psalm 35, 9, and 24. And my soul shall be joyful in the Lord. It shall rejoice in his salvation. Judge me, O Lord, my God, according to thy righteousness, and let them not rejoice over me. P.S. Do y'all believe dinosaurs existed? Asking for a friend. LOL.
I think they're chickens.
They're just humongous
big
chickens.
Yeah.
Yeah, something huge existed, but also Nephilim are huge. So
maybe dinosaur bones are just Nephilim bones.
That's been a
theory.
theory.
Nephilim looked like dinosaurs.
That has been a theory.
But then where did all these giant chickens come from?
Pteroquactyls.
Terracotta.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Learbag 3000. And yep, that's it for the jingles here. Let's do some art.
One art, please.
Let's start with Dame Allie.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
Kicking off 2022 with Dame Allie, and she has a note here. This piece is called Greta Out of Thunberg.
Yeah.
Allie found this article in your additional content section from the last show. It says that Greta apparently thinks creepy Uncle Joe isn't really a very good leader in the climate movement. Go figure. The article also says, quote, Thunberg emphasized that lack of knowledge on climate change on the part of world leaders further complicates solving the problem. Nothing that, quote, in Sweden we ignore. We don't even count or include more than 2/3 of our actual emissions. How can we solve a crisis if we ignore more than 2/3 of it? So it's all about the narrative. It's all about what we are actually trying to solve.
Oh, she's getting it. It is all about the narrative. Greta.
And Allie decided to tackle the situation by ignoring more than 2/3 of Greta.
Yes, it is just a headshot here of Greta. Actually, a magnificent pencil portrait of Greta. Allie getting better and better every time. I can't look her in the eyes, though. It's terrifying me. Of course, she's got the lizard eyeballs going on, the lizard pupils. Got some nice shiny eyeballs, but the texturing on the hair and the face and the clothes are really incredible, Allie. Very good. Thank you very much. It is scaring me. Greta is humongous in the metaverse here. I have to close it. I can't look at it anymore. It's too piercing.
How dare you?
Mean to her.
Sorry, Greta.
All right. Thank you very much, Allie. Yes. Starting off the year with Greta.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't ask for more. Next up, we have Sir Dove.
One art, please, from Dove.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to run this by you before the show, Basil, because Dove came in on Monday as well as today, so I didn't know if we want to save something or if we want to just dump it all here. What do you think?
You know, what's our time? We're already at 4 hours.
Yeah, we're pretty long today.
Let's hold on to him, and that'll give him a break for next Monday.
Okay, well, let's do the one then.
Okay,
that he sent in. Yeah, the new one that he sent in today. And let me pull that up real quick. And he says in the note, Peace. Wanted to send in this week's list of players for the upcoming 2022 NWO Fantasy League Draft.
Yes.
Psalm 40 and the community have given a ton of great ideas and help on how to make the league run smoothly and also be competitive.
Sweet. That's right, producers. You're doing it.
We'll have an updated rule list soon. Hope you guys like it. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins.
Love it. Okay, yes, and we've got 4 new character cards here for the New World Order Fantasy League, starting with, you know it, you love him, Brandon, age 79, location, the swamp, specialty, communication. He's the, some details here, he's the, quote, President of the United States.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
Next, he can guess the shampoo a woman uses with 99% accuracy. Yes, that's true. And his points, his special powers here. Come on, man. 6 points. Every verbal miscue.
Oh, wow. You can score a lot
power
with the
player.
Brandon
power
card.
Player. Yeah, 3 points every article on China.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, I love it. Next up, we have Jorge.
But before you move on, just so people give me a hard time about living in California. How can you live in California? So in my neighborhood, just my neighborhood of condominiums, lots of American flags, giant "Let's Go Brandon" flag.
Nice.
In our community. So there you go.
Yeah. And nobody should be giving you guff for living in California. I know there are a small handful of people who don't understand how well life works. But yes, no, Californians are coming around, or at least the ones they are being more open and vocal about how they feel. The shackles of the virtue signaling are off, and they don't feel like they have to, prove anything to their liberal neighbors. Next up, we have Jorge. That's the Pope. He's 85 years old. His location is Kicking It with the Scarlet Woman. Specialty, general deceit. Yes. Some details here. The, again, quote, Vicar of Christ. Wears a cool fish hat. 3-point tithe from any openly Catholic player who scores 13 points. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So we're talking, that would be Biden.
Oh, that's true. You're right.
Yeah, so whenever Biden makes a bunch of points, then the Pope gets some points.
Wow.
Of course, Francis Collins, etc. Traffic guard, 10 points, any story on trafficking.
Here's a question.
Okay.
Jorge is getting up in age.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when one of these New World Order players moves on?
Oh, they're replaceable.
Okay, so the players don't continue on in the game.
Oh, you mean in the game here? Yeah, I don't know. We'll probably replace them.
Or is there maybe there can be some kind of burn mechanism where if you have the player, you can burn it on some kind of extra move or something.
Yeah, okay. You're talking about during a season if somebody passes away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That'll be something for the producers to decide. There you go. There's a question, producers who are working on the rules. Next up, we have Daddy F, age 81. Fauci is not 81. Is he?
I think he might be.
No, he's not 81. Look it up.
I think he might be. I'm looking it up right now. And
that's older than Biden.
He's 81, dude. He's born December 24th, 1940.
Daddy Fauci is 81 years old?
Bro, telling you.
I did not know that. This changes everything.
Dater.
It's dater. It's science.
Dater.
Hey, by the way, I went on a little rant about it last episode. How old do you think Brian Stelter is? Or Stelter? Brian Stelter on CNN?
Isn't he in his 30s? He's like 35, isn't he?
He's 35.
Yeah, okay.
I'm older than Brian Stelter.
Uh-huh.
And I had a moment last episode where I looked it up and I noticed it and I'm like, I'm older than Brian Stelter? I couldn't tell if I should be upset about that or kind of happy about it.
That's funny. I had looked that up before, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
I must just not have mentioned it to you or something. Okay, Daddy Fauci, 81. Yeah. Wow. Location, Wuhan Laboratories. Specialty, Truth Arbiter. Some details. Hates dogs. Is truth.
Is truth.
Special powers here. Teflon Don. 9 points. Any negative news story that he doesn't acknowledge.
Ooh, that's
Steal
tough.
1 point from any politician, gaining points from COVID stories. Okay, there we go. We've got a lot of points moving around the board here.
Yeah, this is starting to get pretty complex.
Yeah, we're going to need a coder soon.
Yeah,
we're going to need
some algos with some keyword triggering.
Computer doing some of these things. Yeah. All right, next we have Frankie C. Frankie Collins. Will you look up real quick if Fauci is Catholic? Frankie Collins, age 71.
I think he's a Jesuit. I think he went to Jesuit school.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So there you go. The Pope gains. This is like the Catholic.
Wow. The Pope is powerful in this game.
Yeah. Wow. Frankie C. Francis Collins. Frankie C, age 71. He's a decade younger than Fauci.
No wonder. Even though he's his boss.
Francis Collins is the like young buck of. All right. Frankie C, 71, location Vatican City, specialty musical hypnosis.
Very
Deets
good.
here,
Yeah.
beautiful singing voice, most subtle of the amigos. That's true.
That's
He
true.
is the
Yes.
most subtle. Special powers here: steal 1 point from other 2 amigos anytime they score 13 points. Okay, so the amigos have sort of a sharing rule here. Frankie's greatest hits: 33 points anytime he drops a new hot track.
Wow.
Ooh, he does keep the hot tracks coming.
Yeah, and especially now that he's stepping down, he's got more time. This might be a lucrative card.
Yeah, he's going to be stepping down. He's got more time to work on his musical career. Wow. Yeah, that's a good choice. Well, thank you very much, Sir Dove, and thank you to all of the producers. And if you're maybe new to the show, you have no idea what we're talking about here. It is a longtime dream of mine that I came up with Derek Gilbert on a podcast episode long ago to start the New World Order Fantasy League. Yes, Fantasy League, just like a football fantasy league or a baseball or whatever. We're doing it, but for the New World Order members. And so, again, if it weren't for the producers, we couldn't make it happen. So thank you all the producers who are getting involved. And again, an open invitation to any producers who are knowledgeable and experienced in the fantasy league genre of games. And if you are, we need your help. We need your insight. We're writing rules. We're making arts. We're just setting stats. And also, if there's a programmer out there,
I was going to say, if we
eventually we're going to need to computate some of this stuff.
We need to snag a dev from one of these gambling, not gambling, but like sports like gambling platforms.
A gaming platform.
Yeah, not even just a game. Well, it could be gaming.
Well,
I suppose,
gaming.
Yeah.
That's what they call like casinos and stuff. It's the gaming industry.
Right. Okay. All right.
We could probably figure. You know what? I mean. Here's the thing, if we get far enough along in developing this, we could kickstart it. Like if we needed to pay a developer, if we get all this like hard work done ahead of time, we could kickstart it, spread it throughout the Truther universe. I mean, even, whatever. I mean, we could, even if they're not Canary Cry News Talk listeners, there's tons of Truther people out there who would support a Kickstarter for the New World Order Fantasy League. So,
and imagine having more decentralized leverage with that stuff too. Just throwing it out there.
Leverage. Listen to this guy. Leverage. I just want that cash, man. That cash.
Cash, man. All right.
Dove for all of his work here.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Thank you very much to our artists. What's next?
We got one more artist. So.
Oh, there's more.
Yes. We have Grace. Grace came in with the piece. And
Wonderful.
she has a note here. Hello, Basil and Gonz. I hope your holiday and time off with family was lovely. Oh, happy birthday to me.
Oh.
So this is a little happy birthday for Grace.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Miss G Beauty. This art I did a while ago before the holidays. This was from episode 424 when you guys were hypothesizing on Moderna and Pfizer joining forces to fight the combined superbug of the Delta Omicron. Moderna and Pfizer are going to have a baby to fight the Delta Omicron Pfizzderna. Apparently that's what you said. I'm trying to figure out an art to sum up last year. It is in the works. Last year was a bingo. Oh, that's right. She made the bingo last year.
Oh, the bingo. Speaking of game, have we not been playing the bingo?
I think we just forgot about it. I
my
feel so horrible.
gosh. We need to focus more on the bingo.
We need to find the bingo card and go back and do a 2021
oh my gosh.
tally.
I can't believe that we let that slide.
Yeah, that's horrible on us. We need to put it on the website or something so we have
let me find it. Yeah.
Yes.
Babies on a podcast.
Takes offense to being called a baby, by the way. She's almost 5.
Oh,
She's
not
no
allowed to
longer-
be called a baby anymore.
She doesn't consider herself a baby, right? You're not a baby?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
You're still my baby.
So that's all the artwork, I believe, for this episode. Thank you very much to Grace and all the artists and jingle makers. And real quick, let us talk about meetups.
Canary Cry Meetup.
Go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com and find out if there's a meetup happening near you with like-minded Canarians in your community. If there isn't, go ahead and choose a location, figure out a date and time, make a flyer, and promote it. We'll help you do that. If you want to connect with people virtually in the pre-Metaverse, Ciara does Zoom meetups, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. every third Saturday of the month. You can email ciaralauren93@gmail.com if you want to attend one of those meetings. She's also leading a Washington and Canada Canary Cry community meetup at the Peace Arch National Park, March 19th, 2022 at noon. And that'll be for anybody in the Washington, Canada area there. Potluck style hangout at the park. Children are always welcome. And so, look for that in March. I need to refresh this because the Baton Rouge meetup already happened, and I think I deleted that off the page here. But North Idaho coming up. When is it coming up here? Oh, Thursday. Oh, tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? No.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the calendar wrong.
Tomorrow's Thursday.
Tomorrow is Thursday. I'm looking at a wrong calendar. No, it's Saturday, I believe. North Idaho Meetup Part 2. Oh, Sunday is slated for Sunday, January 9th, 2022. That's this upcoming Sunday at 3:33 p.m. It will be a 2030 agenda-themed white elephant gift exchange. Please, everyone, email Josiah at josiahbdyer@gmail.com to receive location information. So if you're in North Idaho there, go join Josiah and all the people who went to the first Coeur d'Alene meetup. This is part 2. So that's happening. And then a couple weeks from now, January 22nd, a couple meetups happening on the same day. Florida meetup, the Florida Panhandle CCC meetup, January 22nd, 2022 at 5:33 p.m. at the Ye Old Brothers Brewery in Navarre, Florida. Kids welcome. RSVP kmbrown815@gmail.com and jackie.umfrey@mail.com. So look out for that if you're in the Florida area, or if you're a little bit north of that area, the South Carolina meetup is happening on the same day. South Carolina Super Southeast Mega Meetup, Saturday, January 22nd, 2022 at 4:30 p.m. at the Yeehaw Brewing Co. in Greensville, South Carolina, featuring Prince's famous Nashville hot chicken on-site venue and time subject to change according to interested attendees. Larger space if we really get the numbers. Contact producer JC or producer Morv at sccanarians@protonmail.com. And that's all the meetups that are scheduled for right now. Not much going on in February if anybody wants to put together a meetup for the
Come on,
for
Texans.
February. Yeah, come on, Texans. So there you go. Yep.
There you go. Go check them out. These meetups are a great time, and it's very important to connect face-to-face with human beings who are on the same page. Who knows what'll happen this year? And, first of all, it's fun. And, some people have met their spouses at these meetups, and romance abounds. But also, if things get too rowdy in your area, you want to know who are the people to contact to be on your team. Gonz, so go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com. Go.
This is fun.
I found the bingo card.
Oh, you did?
And I'm looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these things happened.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think we got a bingo this year, but some notable things. Of course, natural disasters. We got that. Did we get CRISPR clones?
I don't think we got
CRISPR
clones. Yeah. By the way, speaking of CRISPR, go ahead.
Hold on. Let's go through the bingo here. Worldwide jab was on the list. Yeah. Large blackout, totally on the list.
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah.
Vaccine passport was on the card. That totally happened. Let's see, surveillance of public toilets. That happened.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, it totally happened. They're doing the sewer surveillance.
The sewer surveillance, yeah. But that felt like that was a year before, though, too. But maybe, yeah.
Well, they discovered that they could do it the year before.
They rolled it out.
They rolled it out in 2021. Same with the robot police.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Remember the dogs? They put the guns on the dogs for the New York police, to use the robot dogs.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Panopticon, that's a gimme, but we got that. No lining up for the bingo, though. Some things that we didn't quite get. Oh, Zuckerberg loses Facebook is on here, but I was
close.
Yeah, we could almost get
close,
that.
Yeah,
you know, he didn't quite lose
really
it, but it went to
give it to him.
Meta. Yeah. Some things that didn't quite make it that I thought would. Flippy in Our Homes was on there. Basil Apocalypse Bod didn't quite make it to the goal, but we're on our way. 2022 is the year, baby. Biden shaves his legs.
I think that's a given. That happens.
Max reality. You think he shaved his legs?
This year? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. I'll take your word for it. Alien reveal, social credit score, some things that are very close. We almost got a bingo this year, but I think a 2022 bingo, I think it's possible.
It's possible. The one thing I was going to mention about CRISPR, this is stuff I learned as a married man. You don't learn this. I didn't learn stuff when I was. Yeah.
What?
She said you're not a married man, which.
Your baby said that?
Yes. She doesn't know what she's
hilarious.
Saying at the moment.
You're a married man.
She said you're not.
You're not a married man, Daddy.
But I found out from the wife that, let me ask you, Basil, do you know what the lower drawers inside a refrigerator are called?
CRISPR drawers.
Oh, see, you knew it. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I had no idea. They were called CRISPR drawers. Obviously, probably not spelled the same.
I think my refrigerator just says it right on there, CRISPR drawers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the wife just bought a what we call the monolith.
Ooh.
It looks like a monolith refrigerator.
Like a big steel box.
It's and it's like all high tech and I don't know.
Wow, fun.
Yeah, not good for the cyber pandemic.
I am checking out right now CanaryCry.Bingo.com.
Ooh, good call.
There we go. So we can make the bingo cards available to anybody who wants them.
That's perfect. Okay. You got something else, or are we? Because we're long.
Let's wake
up.
We got to go. We are so long.
Yeah. Well, I knew that was going to happen today.
We might need to cut something here or there because
we might.
We have quite a bit. I think maybe we could save.
Well, let's just end the break and let's do the Epstein real quick. I don't think there's much to say about it, so let's go.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
Epstein didn't kill himself.
CBSNews.com. I was surprised, Gonz, that you didn't get this before. I thought maybe that this happened before your last show, but I could have been wrong.
Hold on, something happened to my browser. Let me just reshape it here. You can talk. I just
okay.
Lost the thing.
Okay, yeah, here we go. I'm sure you've all heard by now, so we're not going to need to go too deep on it, but CBSNews.com headline: Jury finds Ghislaine Maxwell guilty on charges tied to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking ring. Pretty gentle way to make that announcement, but okay. A jury in New York on Wednesday convicted British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell of grooming minors for sexual abuse at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Maxwell was found guilty of 5 of the 6 federal counts related to Epstein's sex trafficking ring. Maxwell, who turned 60 on Christmas, pleaded not guilty to the charges stemming from her interactions with 4 teenage girls from 1994 to 2004. During that span, Maxwell was romantically involved with and then later worked for Epstein. Interesting. We have Fauci born on Christmas Eve and Maxwell born on Christmas. She faces a maximum sentence of 65 years in prison on the counts that she was convicted of. Quote, a unanimous jury has found Ghislaine Maxwell guilty of one of the worst crimes imaginable, facilitating and participating in the sexual abuse of children, U.S. Attorney Damian Williams said in a video statement after the verdict. Quote, the road to justice has been far too long, but today justice has been done. I want to commend the bravery of the girls, now grown women, who stepped out of the shadows and into the courtroom. Their courage and willingness to face their abuser made this case and today's result possible. Maxwell opted not to testify in her own defense at trial and has denied the allegations detailed in the indictment and all claims of wrongdoing. Bobby Sternum, part of Maxwell's defense team, said after the verdict, quote, we firmly believe in Ghislaine's innocence. We are very disappointed in the verdict. We have already started working on an appeal, and we are confident that she will be vindicated. And I think that part is the key here, and we'll go into that a little bit further. But just to clarify on the charges, count 1, guilty conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts. Count 2, not guilty, enticement of a minor to travel to engage in illegal sex acts. Interesting. Okay, so there was, conspiracy to entice and enticement. Interesting. Okay, so she's found guilty of the conspiracy to entice, but not the actual enticement. Interesting. Count 3, conspiracy to transport minors with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity. Count 4, guilty, transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity. Count 5, guilty, sex trafficking conspiracy. Count 6, guilty, sex trafficking of a minor. Interesting. The one thing they did not find her guilty of was the enticement of a minor to travel to engage in illegal sex acts. So she drove them and she conspired to entice them, but apparently somebody else did the enticement.
Somebody else, yeah. It's like,
I don't know how much that makes sense to me.
I don't know either. Given that she is the mastermind behind the whole thing,
well,
that
is some of the current theories going around. Yeah,
or,
I don't
yes,
know
I
if
guess
everybody is up on that theory. Adam Curry from the No Agenda Show has been propagating his theory that she was really in charge the whole time, and Epstein was just sort of he was the man. She let him feel like he was in charge, but she was really the boss, which makes sense. I mean, it's logical. I don't know. I wouldn't know how to really confirm that in my own mind, but it makes sense.
The one thing that people point to that research into this stuff and really dig in are the connections between Maxwell and her father, I think. With the Israeli intelligence.
Whole family. Yeah, the whole family is wrapped up in intelligence.
That's where a lot of the theory. Yeah, that's where a lot of the theory comes from, especially because with Jeffrey Epstein, obviously bad dude, but didn't have like a direct, there's no family lineage within the organization. So
not the smartest guy. She was kind of the brains of the outfit there.
I mean, he probably knew how to talk to people, which is kind of, they leveraged his skill or whatever. But yeah, and look, they're all guilty. This is not like one's better than the other or something like that. But I don't know. It's kind of the 1,000-foot view or sentiment, at least from my point of view, is that great, but does this really? Number one, does this change anything? In terms of the current situation of what's happening, the public has spent so much time focusing on the Maxwell case and the Epstein. Obviously, they're big part players in what has happened, but nobody's really digging too much into what is happening. You know what I mean? Like who are in charge of the trafficking systems happening now? What kind of things are happening now to facilitate that kind of stuff? Please don't move the light while I'm. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of one of those things where, great, some justice, but also I don't think it changes anything, Yeah. Well, there's been some conversation about, it's one thing for her to get convicted. It's another thing for her to serve any of the time. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And even, even after being convicted, there's plenty of ways to appeal. And here's a list of ways that some legal people have put together. Have you seen this list?
I saw it floating around. I didn't grab it, but yes, I did see some of the opposition, I guess, narrative potentials.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's even worth going through.
I don't think it is, but
until something starts happening. But there are a handful of ways that legal experts or whatever have sort of put together how the Maxwell team might try to get out of it or appeal or call a mistrial. I guess there was some potential mishandling of evidence and
evidence,
the
jury
little
stuff.
Jury, yes, one of the jurors, like for some reason, is coming out and saying, like during the jury questionnaire period, I just wasn't thinking. Of course, I have a huge problem with. Or I think one of the questions for the jury was, have you ever, were you abused as a child or something? Because they have to find bias. And one of the jurors is saying like, oh, whoopsies, actually I was. Is that bad? Should I blah, blah, blah? Which might be cause for a mistrial. So there's a number of these little technical things that we just don't know. I mean, it's one thing, because when you think of the narrative of it all, she could not have not been convicted. Yeah. It's kind of like a lot of cases that we've seen recently. I'm thinking of Derek Chauvin, in 2020. There's no way that he wouldn't get convicted. If he did, the whole country would be set on fire. Yeah. And this got enough attention by now that there'd be just more problems for people, not just for Ghislaine, but for the people she's protecting, the other humongous elite names that, she's protecting, that if she wasn't found guilty, it would cause more questions.
So she's more of she's less of a mastermind, maybe a leaky hole.
No, I think she is the mastermind, but as the madam, she can't. The point is there are more people to protect by finding her
convicting
guilty.
her. Yeah,
so you convict her, you end it.
But
no more questions.
That says to me though that she really wasn't that high up on the chain.
Well, no, because there's a second half of this.
Okay.
So you get the conviction, you get the headlines.
Yeah.
Maxwell convicted. You send that all across the globe. Everybody cheers. Yay, there's justice been done. Maxwell's been convicted. And then she comes back and appeals, but you don't have as much media this time. You don't put it on the headlines. You quietly appeal. She gets off on appeal. And it's just sort of not reported.
The last thing people remember is she's charged.
She's charged
guilty.
And she's in jail. And most people will think that she's in jail and she's just quietly appealed and gets off or whatever. Or, just doesn't serve much of her time. She's not going to serve 65 years. Yeah. She might serve a year or 3 years.
Well, she's already served, 2? Not served, but
they give her. Well, they could give her time served, and take off the last year or so, however long she's been jailed for, and because Bill Cosby,
he walked free.
Walked free after 2 years or something.
It was a few more than that, but I think it was.
Yeah, it was something. I think it was maybe 3 years. Who was the other guy? The Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein.
Weinstein. Didn't he walk? Isn't he out now?
I think he's still doing there's a lot of cross-state trial issues and stuff going on with Weinstein.
Yeah, I don't think he's currently in prison.
No,
but see,
I don't think he is.
Me not knowing is the perfect example of maybe he is out and I don't know because there wasn't a headline about it. And I read more headlines than most people. Read more articles also, but during that, reading more headlines.
The latest on Patch here. Harvey Weinstein sues lawyers over dismissed criminal charge. Harvey Weinstein faces another assault claim with movie mogul.
Does it say if he's in prison right now?
No.
Yeah. Well, see.
Jailed former movie producer Jeffrey Weinstein. Yep, he's jailed. Yeah.
Well, jailed, that's different from going to
Going
prison.
to prison, yeah.
Jailed is kind of an in-between. Well, I mean, jailed, what is it? Is less than a year generally?
Yeah,
You're
maybe he's
in
on
jail
home.
for less than a year.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. The point being that we don't know about it, which means they've been very quiet on the other side.
The same
of
exact thing.
Yeah,
the fact that I don't know if Weinstein is in jail or not could be the same thing with Maxwell.
Sure.
You know? It'll take a year or two to get these appeals through, and from a year from now, so many crazy stuff is going to happen that we're probably not even going to be thinking about it.
Yeah. So just kind of piggybacking on that, there was an opinion piece from The Guardian, hiding behind the loophole of a dead sex trafficker. Stay classy, Andrew.
Oh, yeah. Prince Andrew is the one in trouble now.
Yeah. So all the focus will go on him. So we'll see how that all plays out. And then just, it's not 100%, actually, it's not really related at all. But in terms of people being found guilty, Reuters.com, the rise and fall of Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes.
Oh, yeah.
And it goes through the whole timeline from like 2003 or something like that when she first started. And I'm going to read just the last few here. So March 2021, Holmes reveals she's pregnant. Oh, gosh. Pregnant during this process. August 2021, Holmes gives birth to her child. Court filings reveals that Holmes plans to argue she was under the control of Balwani, who says she was abusive. At the time of the charged crimes, Balwani denies the allegations in court filing. September 2021, trial begins. November 2021, Holmes takes the stand to testify in her own defense. She denies seeking to mislead investors and patients. She says Balwani was in charge of financial models provided to investors and that he was abusive in their relationship. December 2021, jurors hear closing arguments from both sides, and then on January 3rd, Holmes was convicted on charges of defrauding 3 other investors, as well as conspiring to do so. She was acquitted on 3 counts of defrauding patients who paid for tests from Theranos and a related conspiracy charge. The jury could not reach a decision on 3 counts related to individual investors. The sentencing date was not immediately set. She faces up to 80 years in prison when sentenced by U.S. District Judge Edward Davila, but would likely get a much lower sentence. So another big legal case out there,
Yeah, and for those who don't remember, this was the woman who, pretended to be Steve Jobs and was claiming she made a medical device that could test for 1,000 different things with 1 drop of blood, and it was fake. It never could happen. But she took millions of dollars from really famous people. Henry Kissinger invested.
Right. Yeah, that was that was a name that was in here. Where you look at the timeline. 2011, Theranos began attracting high-profile board members, including 2 former U.S. Secretaries of State, George Shultz and Henry Kissinger. So there you go.
Yep. So there you go.
Company was moves to the former Facebook headquarters. A little bit of nepotism there with the biggest social media companies. So anyway, there you go. Just another thing. I was gonna say let's drop China. Let's just go straight to the end.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's do that. That's good. I'm getting tired here.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
It's cold, Basil. It's cold.
Antarctica, go Verge.
It's a snowstorm.
Antarctica.
Ice scientists are penguins.
Antarctica, they're opening the abyss.
Antarctica, go burr.
BreezyScroll.com. The headline: Zealandia. The world's 8th continent discovered after 375 years.
What? Does that mean we knew about it 375 years ago?
Apparently.
We just lost it for a second?
We all know the geography of the Earth by now. We are well aware that there are...
Hold on.
Yes?
The link you have in the document here does not go to the correct article.
Oh, really? Where does it take
you? It goes to a discovery of a new jaw muscle.
Oh.
Scientists discover a new muscle layer in the human jaw that helps it in stabilization.
Well, they're discovering muscles and land.
I opened it up. I thought it was like it's got pictures of skulls on the thing. And I'm like, is this a Nephilim update? What's the whoopsie doodles here? What? New muscle in Antarctica? Okay.
Hold on. So I'm dropping the link in the doc but it's not doing it because, internet.
Yeah, because the cyber pandemic.
Yeah, let me just read what it says here. We all know the geography of the Earth by now. We are well aware that there are 7 continents on our planet Earth. Of course. You are correct, but the scientists may not agree with you. Ooh, are these scientists flat earthers?
What, do you deny the science? Are you a science denier? You think there's 7 continents?
Scientists have made a discovery that may give us the world's 8th continent.
Wow.
They've found a piece of land called Zealandia.
Cool name.
94% of it is underwater.
Oh. It's Atlantis.
Hey. In 2017, a group of geologists made headlines when they published the findings of Zealandia. It's roughly 6 times the size of Madagascar and encircles 1.89 million square miles, though the world's encyclopedia's maps...
That's kind of little for a continent. 6 times the size of Madagascar is like the size of Texas.
Hey, man. Don't argue.
Hey, man.
Though the world's encyclopedia's maps and search engines have been arguing for some time that there are only 7 continents, the team confidently acquainted the world that this was false. After all, there are 8 of them, and the most recent proliferation is the world's smallest, thinnest, and youngest. So you have it all wrong, Basil. He's just a young whippersnapper is what he is.
Smallest, thinnest, and youngest. Ooh la la.
The catch is that 94% of it is underwater. That's the catch. With only a few islands, such as New Zealand, jutting out from its depths.
This is just New Zealand being jealous of Australia. They're like, Australia is its own continent. Yeah, we're New Zealand. We're our own continent too.
It had been lurking in plain sight the entire time. At what point can you just be like, hey, the Earth is one big island?
Yeah, Space Island.
This is an example of how something very obvious can take a while to uncover, says Andy Tulloch.
Not that obvious, obviously.
Andy is a geologist at the New Zealand Crown Research Institute.
Of course he is.
Science, who's part of the team that discovered Zealandia. However, this is only the beginning. 4 years later, the landmass remains mysterious. Its puzzles jealously guarded beneath 6,560 feet of water. How did it come to be?
Dang, 656. So close.
I know. Who or what used to live there? How long has it been submerged? The first real evidence of Zealandia's presence was collected by the Scottish naturalist Sir James Hector. Was he a Mason too? Mm-hmm. He joined an expedition to study a group of islands of New Zealand's southern coast in 1895. Despite this is an early breakthrough, the existence of a feasible Zealandia lingered in a dilemma until the 1960s.
I think an AI wrote this. There's some weird wordings of things.
Yeah. Then in the 1960s, geologists eventually agreed on an explanation of a continent. A geological area with a high elevation, a distinct range of rocks, and a thick crust. It must also be large. Quote, things happen pretty slowly in this field, says Nick Mortimer, a geologist at GNS Science who led the 2017 study. Quote, you just can't be a tiny piece, says Mortimer.
What, Mortimer?
What?
What?
You just can't be a tiny piece, man.
You can't be a tiny piece.
You gotta be a big piece.
Gotta be a big piece. Don't be a tiny piece. This is geology.
A mysterious elongation. Elon Musk, elongated skulls.
There it is.
The final ornament.
Wait, what are you reading?
I'm reading the article.
No, you're not. It's different. Oh, they must have cut this ornament out in this new version.
Oh, the final ornament came from satellite data, which can be utilized to study and map the seafloor by tracing tiny deviations in the Earth's gravity across several parts of the crust. Zealandia is noticeable with this technology as a shapeless mass nearly the size of Australia.
See, Australia, we're just as big as you.
Quote,
you think you're so big and tough.
If you think about it, this is a quote, if you think about it, every continent on the planet has different countries on it, but there are only 3 territories of Zealandia, said Mortimer. I feel like I'm reading it. Yes. Oh, fantastic. That is super cute.
Time to teach the baby
that
about
was super
Zealandia.
cute. Zealandia was once part of Gondwana, a historical supercontinent that formed around 550 million years ago and almost incorporated all of the lands in the southern hemisphere. It was the new southern hemisphere order. It inhabited a corner on the eastern side where it shared borders with several other countries, including half of West Antarctica and the entirety of eastern Australia. Continental crust is typically...
Where's the fact checks on these guys?
Hey,
these geologists are just allowed to run rampant.
Breezy scroll. Factiest facts news ever. Continental crust is typically 40 kilometers thick, significantly thicker than oceanic crust, which is typically 10 meters thick. Zealandia was stretched so much as a result of the strain that its crust now only extends 20 kilometers, 12.4 miles down. The water-thin continent eventually sank, though not quite to the level of normal oceanic crust, and vanished beneath the sea. The shape of Zealandia is another mystery. Quote, if you look at a geological map of New Zealand, there are two things that stand out, said Sutherland. One of these is the Alpine Fault, a plate boundary that runs along the southern island and is so significant it can be seen from space. The second is that the geology of New Zealand, as well as that of wider continents, is oddly bent. Both are split in two by a horizontal line, which is where the Pacific and Australian tectonic plates meet. End of article.
That tells me nothing.
They didn't even really finish the quote there. It was just rambling, apparently.
They ran out of space. They got to up their subscription to, I don't know, Squarespace or something. Huh. Okay. Well, I think that this is national propaganda from the Prime Minister of New Zealand.
Okay.
This makes no sense. I'm not convinced.
I think this is New Zealand trying to have a geographical argument for the oncoming revealing of the super states of Antarctica and its entities therein that both exist in the Metaverse as scary creatures, but in the Metaverse as gentle, cute pixels.
Yeah. Okay. Well, makes total sense to me, Gonz. I think you're onto something, and that'll be my prediction for 2022.
Is that I'm onto something?
Is that Gonz will be correct about his Zealandia, I don't know, analysis, I guess. I think actually that's something.
Penguins.
I didn't know we had another Antarctica.
Oh, we have an opener and closer. Yeah.
This is so this will be used as New Zealand's claim, official legal claim to Antarctica.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody, to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Remember, we will be back on Friday. That is Friday the 7th. The 7th. That is Friday on January 7th. So make sure to be back here. Check us out. We'll be waiting patiently here for you with some more news and news analysis and deconstruction. But until then, remember, you can support the show by becoming a producer. That's right. If you want more episodes to continue to unfurl through the year 2022, consider becoming a producer. It's the only way we can keep going. And we are so grateful to our producers for keeping us, keeping the lights on here and keeping us, off the streets. Who knows where we'd be out there wandering the cold, dark streets of the cold, dark winter of the Great Reset if it weren't for you folks. So thank you very much. And we will keep the shows coming. You can become a producer by heading on over to CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. That's right. And thank you to all the producers of this episode 429, starting with our executive producers, Gretchen, Sir Igorius, Knight of the Squatting Slavs, and Jacob W. Thank you. And of course, thank you to our associate executive producer, Carrie G., our calendar producers, Devois P., David K., Stephanie M., Sean S., and of course, a big thank you to the rest of our producers, William F., Marina, Wayne M, Dame Madeline, Martins T, Heather Saras, Eli P, Ebony Blaze, Morph, Sir Salmon's Night of the Fishes, Palmer B, JC. Oh my goodness. Scrolling. Child of God, Runk Smash.
I just realized we forgot to read Runk Smash's microfiction.
Oh my goodness.
Do you want to do that now, or do you want to double it up next time and give him the credit?
I don't know. Let's double it up because people aren't expecting it here. I don't want anybody to miss it.
Yeah.
Sir Scott, Night of Truth, Lady Chrome, William N, Veronica D, Jackie U, Doctor Who Done Dat, Amanda P, Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, Gail M, and Scott J, Anthony M, and Rooster. Thank you all for committing to keeping this show going, even when we're on a quick little break. And we're so happy that you guys are on board with us to start out 2022 strong, baby. So stick around. And remember, there's all sorts of ways to produce the show. So I want to thank our time stamper, Jade Bouncerson, our jingle makers, Psalm 40, Learbag 3000, and our artists. Of course, that's Dame Allie, Sir Dove, and Grace. Appreciate you very much for contributing to all of our sanity here on Canary Cry News Talk. And so remember, help us out with some ratings and reviews. We'll be reading the first ratings and reviews of the year on Friday. And if you don't know, let me tell you, leaving ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts is a huge help to us. I know it seems trivial. I know it seems like maybe a pain in the butt. But really, we are so grateful because it goes a long way to sharing the show with people who have never heard of it before. When we get 5 or more-ish reviews and ratings on Apple Podcasts every week, it casts some sort of spell on the algorithms that then go out and are like zombies and start sharing the show with people who have never heard it before. Tons of people find this show just because of these algorithmic suggestions, and that's all thanks to our raters and reviewers. And we like them so much that we read them on air. So please go do that. It would be a wonderful way to start out the year with a nice big handful of ratings and reviews. You can do that by going to Apple Podcasts. If you have an Apple device, no matter what Apple device, a computer, a tablet, a phone, whatever, search it for Apple Podcasts. It's a purple. It's a purple icon. Click on that. Search for Canary Cry's News Talks. Subscribe. Oh my gosh. It's been so long. My stamina is running out. Search for Canary Cry's News Talks, subscribe to it, and then leave a rating and a review. Thank you very much. If you're an artist, you want to create some art or some jingles or some music, whatever you do, send it to CanaryCry.Radio. CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com or CanaryCry.Radio@protonmail.com. Ooh, okay. Here we go. And remember, you can always share the show. You know, we get it. Sometimes making art or producing financially is not in the cards for you. Just sharing the show really helps us out. Share it with people in your life. Text it to your mom. Text it to your dad. Text it to your mom's mom. Text it to your dad's mom. Mostly just moms. Send it to all the moms. And it will trickle down to the dads. Send it to whoever you want. Post it on social media. Hit that share button. It's all very important because you know what? That's the best way for people to find the show. And wouldn't you just love to have something to talk about with those people in your life, on your Facebook page, on your Twitter account? That's right. Just share the show. And the algorithms like it too. Other than that, you know, you can share the show in a lot of ways. You don't have to do it in this, normie way where you text it or you share it. I mean, that's really helpful. But some people like to get a little bit more creative, and there's a couple ways that you can do that. I mean, you can do it however you feels right to you. But I mean, just to remind, I don't want to like shock anybody, but just to remind you, we are in the second drone age. The second drone age is upon us. And like the article in Bloomberg said, you can get a commercial drone for like $1,000, $2,000, but you're not the Taliban. You're not going to use it for terrorism like Bloomberg thinks you will. No, it's the second age of drones. You're going to use these little suckers for something much more important. So go on down to your local drone shop, your mom and pop drone shop, or go ahead and have your drone delivered by a drone by ordering it from Drone Meister himself, Mr. Jeff Drone Bezos. He'd be happy to give you one of his handcrafted drones made from precious materials dug up from the earth by probably African children, unfortunately, and assembled by, well, probably more children in China. But here's the thing. You're going to put this drone to good use, baby. It's a little bit hard. You got to kind of learn these things, but they have apps now that'll help out with the drones. So just download the app. And why don't you get like a few of these things, like 1 or 2 or a dozen, or maybe like 1,000. Well, 1,000's a little much. Get like 500 drones. If you need money, just Kickstart or email Jeff Bezos. He'll help you out. Get like 500 drones, lay them all out in a big grassy field. Connect them all to your iPhone. It's easy now. Remember, we're in the second age of drones. And get those suckers up in the air, man. But don't get them up in the air before you attach a tiny little piece of ribbon to each one. And then you take all those 500 little pieces of ribbon, you tie them to your belt. Make sure it's a leather belt. If it's not a leather belt, it's going to snap. It's going to be dangerous. So tie all these drones to your leather belt, hit the button on your app, lift off into the air, folks. Much like that Disney movie Up. But that's Disney and it's a movie, so that's not realistic. This is much more realistic. Instead of balloons, you're using drones. You're flying through the air. You're going on a cross-country tour. You're going to get a lot of news media interested. Watch out for birds. Those government drones are going to be getting up in your face trying to figure out what's going on. But luckily, your drones have been equipped with anti-government drone weapons technology. And by anti-government drones, I mean birds. And so the birds are not going to bother you. But as you float across the country on your new platform of drones created by children, you are going to make sure to bring a big stack of paper with you. On each one of those pieces of paper, you're just going to write, Canary Cry News Talk is where it's at. Are you alone? Are you lonely? Do you feel like you're going crazy because of the madness in the world? Do you not trust the institutions that has a core goal of just preserving itself while the individuals in charge enrich themselves to the detriment of normal citizens? If that's you, we have one prescription, and that's Canary Cry News Talk. And then flutter these little pieces of paper all around the country, and it'll start a revolution. Not only will people find the show and enjoy it and wake up and make friends thanks to the quality corporate news media analysis and deconstruction, but their minds will be opened, and finally they can think outside the cage. And your drones are eventually going to run out of batteries. So make sure somewhere over Arkansas, probably. So we'll send an Uber out there to get you. But you will have helped out the show quite a bit. You don't have to do it that way, but you can. But if you, if you need any more instructions, we call it, what do we call it? Rattling cages. That's what it is. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to him, you grab him by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. First improv rant of the year, Gonz.
Yep. And the whole time I'm trying to re-access our document through Dropbox, and it just has me completely locked out. I can't do anything in the documents.
Yeah, I've decided to revoke your access.
Yeah, apparently.
You've lost your privileges.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Gonz, do you have any last words?
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, indeed. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Indeed.
Need a nap.
I'll keep you warm and safe, and my people too.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
Feed him
shake things up. I wanna shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I wanna stir up some controversy. I wanna rattle a few cages. I wanna rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
It's called Basil.
He's got the solution for the problems that he created. So step right up for the great reset. For the great reset. Hiding in the shadows, he's always behind the scenes. Holding on the first string, he's got control of everything. He's got the solutions to the problems that he created. So step right up for the great reset. For the great reset.
We're all gonna die.
Yes, you find the solution. Destroy the human race.
Get vaccinated.
So walk right up to the great reset.
This is not about freedom or personal choice. We will hunt you down to make you pay. Anytime. Get vaccinated. Stink minority. Come on, man. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. Armageddon's on the way.
There's only one way out to the door, but you'll need the code. 10, 5, 19, 21, 19. Or you can step right up for the great reset. For the great reset. For the great reset. For the great reset.
Man began to multiply on the face of the land, and daughters were born to them. The sons of God saw that the daughters of man were attractive, and they took as their wives any they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh. His days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And the Lord regretted that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. So the Lord said, I will blot out man whom I have created from the face of the land, man and animals and creeping things and birds of the heavens, for I am sorry that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless in his generation. Noah walked with God, and Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and the earth was filled with violence. And God saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. And God said to Noah, I have determined to make an end of all flesh, for the earth is filled with violence through them. Behold, I will destroy them with the earth. For behold, I will bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh in which is the breath of life under heaven. Everything that is on the earth shall die. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall come into the ark, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
We're all gonna die.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo. Lord, I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo.
I do with everything.
You, yeah, you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on in my people's zoo.
He's a Satanist from one of the Satanist churches here.
Cameras on now in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you in my people's zoo.
How dare you?
What you are talking about?
We should invite fewer people to be born.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Congratulations.
Fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Everybody loves waffles. Everybody loves waffles.
You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. In my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths.